Welcome, curious minds, to Paranormal M, where we dive deep into the realm of the supernatural. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to join us on our eerie adventures. And today, we have real rain because this is how closed my house can get. Let the exploration begin. Fellow Redditor triggered good and odd memories. Thanks. My grandma had a reoccurring dream throughout her life, beginning at the age of 4 or so. And apparently, she had the dream right up until she went into the last 2 weeks of her life. She's walking down a gravel road. There's nothing around her. Sometimes the sky would be a brilliant sunset, sometimes just heavy shades of gray. Occasionally there'd be a massive dilapidated barn way in the distance, but usually it was just she walking this road. She recognized that she was the same age as in waking life, and every time she had it. But what unnerved her is that she was never in color. She would be sad that a coat she loved at 20 was only gray in the dreams. For example, I am the oldest grandkid, and I'm the only one of 7 of us who spent the night, and I lived with my grandparents and visited all the time. The first time I had the dream, I was 11. It was all monochrome. My grandma was only a couple steps ahead. I wanted to call out, but I knew I couldn't. I woke up in tears and I was spending the night at my grandparents' house. I told my grandma the story. She was always a very private, suppressed woman who sadly was so insecure. She worried that, she just about worried for everybody. So she also dismissed my fears. It wasn't until my early 20s that we happened to have a quiet afternoon together. She shared how she'd had these dreams her entire life. I was a bit angry and annoyed. I asked her why she never believed me. She said it scared her. My grandma passed in 2019, and I wasn't there for many reasons. Although we had a very tense, often strained relationship, now that I'm almost 50, I see how fiercely she loved me the best she could. My grandma was an absolutely amazing woman, but it breaks my heart she couldn't be more for herself. Neither of us could figure out these semi-connected dreams we were having, and most of the time one of us would have it a day or two before the other. We never shared this with anyone. She didn't want people to think that we were lying or weird. I've only had it once around her birthday in April after she passed. I was a big walker. In the few days in August before the dream, I was kind of inundated by monarch butterflies on my walk. Grandma always said that she was gone. I'd see a monarch, especially a yellow one. That would be her stopping by to say hello, oh my God, and say I love you. I've lived in the Adirondacks for a while. Adirondacks. Never had seen that many monarchs in August. The dreams were uncomfortable and scary, only because my grandma was filled with great fear. She was a devoted Roman Catholic, which went over great when I married a trans woman, let me tell you, and very scared of everything she didn't understand. I, on the other hand, began experiencing and sensing paranormal and otherworldly stuff since I was 6. For me, these kind of oddnesses was a way to feel a connection to my grandma. I desperately wanted her to love, for me. But in a way, the dream allowed me to validate her fears and to give her a safe space to regroup. Stuff she just wasn't able to do, but man, I'm so grateful I could give it to her. Yay. Crushing old karma and lightening the old Akashic records. Just joined this sub to tell this experience that happened to my dad yesterday. Let me say first, I'm not terribly fanciful. Neither's my dad, who works as a CFO and a CPA lawyer for a public company. When my siblings and I were little, we all thought we saw a ghost in my sister's room after recently moving into the house. We were all younger than 7 at the time, My sister always felt ill and at ease in the room. Or rather, ill at ease, to the point she cried whenever my parents made her sleep in her own room for many years. She specifically remembers one time where she was sleeping and then somebody who she thought was my dad carrying her downstairs and putting her in the living room armchair. She specifically remembers that kind of, woke up and was angry that my dad brought her downstairs. She woke up in a chair the next morning by my dad, who asked why she was sleeping downstairs and said he never brought her down there. As far as ghost origin, the house is old, so there could be stories that we don't know. We know there was a Native American tribe in the area, and we know the house used to be on an orchard. We also know in the 70s, a resident of the house left angrily after a fight. He zoomed his car down the driveway, went over the curb, and hit and killed a young boy across the street who was playing with one of those pop-pop fake lawnmowers. We also know the house was built in the 1870s. When my parents renovated the upstairs bathroom, they found a letter that was sent to the local church nailed inside the wall. My parents have that letter framed at the house. The event that happened yesterday. My mom and dad were home, and my dad was in the attic. He went down to the second floor and into my parents' room, when he saw a movement move on the other side of the room that leads to the hallway to my sister's room. It was a figure in what he thought was my mom's pajamas go from my sister's room area to my brother's room in the bathroom, right in that hallway. He called my mom's name. Nothing. So he went and checked out the hallway, then heard my mom downstairs. He didn't see anything in any of the rooms. He went downstairs. My mom said he looked visibly spooked. The scariest part of this story for me is that it happened to my dad, who's not one for striking fancies. And he swears he saw something move, wearing some sort of pattern, moved across in his line of vision. He got LASIK eye surgery a few years ago, so he's got good vision. Kinda creepy. The triple knock. What does it mean? Has anybody else had it happen? I've been bothered for this for a while. I've had it happen twice where I got 3 knocks on the door. The first time I was in my bedroom, no one was home, the dog was in the room with me and started barking. I said, "Come in." No one came in. Got up and searched the entire house and nobody was there. I moved to a new place up the street a few years later. The second time it happened to me, I was sitting at the table with a friend. It was in a different house than before. At the time, I had a TV screen connected to a camera to where I could see my front door and a good amount of the area around it. This was just before all these modern motion detection cameras. It wasn't the best neighborhood. We're sitting there and we hear like 3 loud knocks really fast. It sounded like somebody hitting a door with a baseball bat, but somewhat fast 3 times. There was no one there, and all of a sudden the baseball bat that I kept by my door flew across the room and rolled to a stop. It was a fairly large room, too, so it flew maybe 10 feet. Right after a pellet gun I had fallen off the shelf, and, well, this wasn't the only occurrence that I had. I also heard running across the roof multiple times. I had a box sitting on the top of the stairs, and I heard a strange shuffling noise in the box. It spilled down the stairs and crashed to the bottom. No one was up there, no lights were on. My dog with a cry for no reason in a very strange way, and also one of my doors seemingly opened on its own. Long scratching on the interior walls that didn't sound like a little mouse scratching. For me, I just want to know if anybody else has heard the 3 knocks and what it means. It still bothers me. Sensitive. Turned off my abilities. Now living in a neutral house. My childhood was filled with a lot of abuse, starting with my dad. That being said, when my mom was kind of doing okay before she became a mean alcoholic, she was a sensitive. So was her mom and her mom's mom. My dad would always scream and be violent with me for my ghost stories. He started to believe me after things started to amp up when I was 9 in the Alexander Graham Bell house. I freaked out the poor tour guide. My dad, my adult half-sister, her husband, and my mom, we were all touring the house in Texas. I didn't know that Alexander Graham Bell had tried to remove a bullet out of a president. 9-year-old me froze, and I don't remember saying it because all I know is I saw 2 old dudes in my head. One trying to remove a bullet and the other old dude dying. I didn't know he was a president. I guess I had said somebody died in this room, they were shot. There was an awkward pause while my brain was transported back into this plane. The tour guide awkwardly laughed and said, "I guess she's read up on her history." I don't remember anything else really from the house except that. Although my dad died when I was 13, my mom remembered this for years until the alcoholism got too bad. My sister still does. Fast forward to when I was 11. My mom and I were on a trip without my dad. We ended up going to the museum where JFK was shot. I was drawn to a window and fainted after being overwhelmed with hate. Apparently the window was the window that he was shot out of. She didn't tell my dad because had he believed me at that point, but wanted me to kind of just take our rabbi because it had gotten so obvious. He thought I was playing with dark forces, where in reality I just couldn't control them. Playing with the rabbi. This was the last straw. After he died, his spirit passed. I think it lingered for a few days to say goodbye, but although he had so much anger, it passed with him. I was pleasantly surprised. I've had no issues with his spirit. However, my mom encouraged me to use my gift. I no longer see it as a gift because once I was 15, when she started to get bad, I had to fully open myself up to my abilities. I couldn't focus in her house in certain places too. It was too loud, too dark. I got freakish visions of the future and past events. It became too much when I was in the car with my mom and we drove by a car accident. I saw a vision of the bloody scene close up. I started hyperventilating. Later on in the news, my vision was confirmed to me and my mom. I started to use headphones and blast music constantly. I tuned out the whole world because I just saw too much of it. Now I don't get these visions anymore. I am still sensitive, and I can feel that places are bad and a vague idea of why. But I almost want to use this gift again. I don't know why, but I feel like it's something I'm meant to do. This being said, how do I open up fully to my abilities again while controlling them? My issue in the past was being unable to control them. They were too strong. When looking at rentals, I chose a house with a neutral energy. There's no spirits here. I know I have a safe house this way. Touched creepy creature. I was 4 years old. I've experienced paranormal my entire life, sightings, dreams, and premonitions. This is one of my first experiences that I have a memory of. We lived in a cedar-sided split foyer home on the top of a mountain. I had a younger brother by about 10.5 months. We shared a bedroom across the hall from my parents' room. We would see this figure constantly. We saw it so much that we started to just ignore it. It stood at about 3.5 feet tall, had an outline like a teddy bear that wore a classic Viking helmet with horns. We could never see its features, just the dark shadow. Our older cousins, by 1.5 years, spent the night, one night, and everybody was in a circle with our sleeping bags on the floor in a room. The lights were still on. My cousin immediately whispered, "What is that?" He pointed at the creature who was standing in the doorway watching us. I told him it was just our monster. He watches us play. He can't do anything to hurt us. I stuck my tongue out at it to assure my cousin the thing was harmless. My mom told us monsters couldn't get us, so I was extra brave around it. A few nights later, I wake up in the middle of the night. I slept on the top bunk and my brother on the bottom. I see the creature climbing up the bunk bed ladder to my bed, and to this day I have no idea why or how it was brave enough to do this, but I moved to the ladder and sat in front of it, blocking the creature from coming up. It stopped climbing, but we were inches away from each other's faces. It seemed like we sat like that forever because I remember thinking, what the heck is this? And why can't I see its actual face? Reached out, tapped its shoulder, and all hell then broke loose. As soon as I touched it, I could see all of it. The entire body was covered in monster heads. Its face had giant bug eyes and sharp teeth. It was terrified of me. And it seemed confused and seemed to be in an intense amount of pain from my touch. It grabbed me up by the back and tore my back up. It screamed in my face. Of course, I'm screaming hysterically, and I break free and crawl to the far end of my bed, and I start praying and I stop screaming. By this time, my mom ran in, and all I could say was, "Monster." The next morning, my mom casually made me come to the kitchen and kind of show her best friend my back. As an adult, my mom told me she was so scared and that my back was all scratched up. Scratches I didn't have that night at bedtime. I asked my cousin about what he saw that night, and he still admitted to it 30 years plus later. Told me I stuck my tongue out and was terrified. As an adult, my brother described the same exact appearance of it after having a similar encounter shortly after mine. He passed it in our basement. He screamed at it. After my encounter, I never saw it again, and my son, who's 3, is terrified of shadows. He knows the difference between normal shadows. Tells me ones walk around in this room. Is that the same thing? What the hell is it? Unexplainable random little happenings. We've lived in our house a while. It was a new construction. They started developing down the road, and I had heard there was a small cemetery on the edge of the area that they're developing. We have another old family cemetery up the main road. After they started developing, we started having weird things happen, like stuff falling off of tables, like up-toe a few feet away. Up-toe. I went to check on the baby, and I saw his hanging toy moving in the reflection in the play mirror, but he wasn't in the crib. Then I saw him in his little chair my husband had put him in instead. I was so freaking out when I saw this. There's no air blowing there. Then I mentioned a dream to my husband. My husband also has a weird dream, but didn't realize it till the next week. So it may have been the same night. I dreamed something was running down the hall toward me with fangs and claws, but couldn't really remember anything else besides the eyes. It then went to attack me, but I woke up. My husband dreamt the animal attacked him coming down the same hall, but he didn't wake up before getting ripped apart. I do have sleep paralysis that's picked back up for a while. It's okay right now, knock on wood. Online, I found out there were 3 graves by the construction, but I've gone to look, but they left these small clusters of trees where they should be, so I think they left them alone. We lost our senior dog after this, and keep seeing a shadow out of the corner of our eyes, keep hearing him sort of a thing, so I don't think that's related. The baby stares and laughs at places where there's nothing, but I'm just telling myself that's a normal baby thing, I think. Too scared to talk about this stuff while home and too scared to use any apps. I'm not sure what to do. Nothing happened for a couple of days. Could it be related to the construction because the timing is spot on? Something mimicking animals outside of her doors and windows. Paranormal? Help. It's been below freezing for a while now. We stopped letting our Mauser out because of it. But it seems like something, whatever it is, realized her pattern of behavior to letting her inside, and it won't leave us alone. Thought my roommate's dad was messing with us when we got back from college for winter break. But he explained now even he won't walk outside to see what it was. If you've ever been around stray cats, especially those that need help, they always stay within sight of you. Whatever this thing is, it ran around the side of the house as he went outside and just kept meowing low and long, leading him to the old goat pen near the wood line. He never once saw it, despite the fact that it triggered the motion lights around the house. I never seen or heard it until tonight, which is why I'm typing this out. I have 2 large windows in my room, and I keep the blinds cracked a little bit for sun to come through for my plants. I've been sitting at my desk attempting to do prep for this upcoming semester. I've had my swivel chair faced away from the window so I can keep an eye on my laptop as I play a video for background noise. I heard it in between the talking of the video, the meowing. It was so low and distorted, not like any cat I've ever heard. and it made my blood run cold. My window's a good 9 feet off the ground as we live on a hill. Whatever this thing is had its face against the glass or something. It sounded like it came from right behind me. I didn't look. I did manage to clear the entirety of my entire room in 2 massive leaps, though. Right after this happened, my roommate came out of her room and said that something was whimpering outside of her window, like a dog upset that it's not getting what it wants from its owner. She currently is gathering eggshells and all her railroad spikes as I type this out. Her father's going to look for his trail cam. That's when the sun comes up. Any advice would be appreciated. Everywhere we've looked online or asked for advice from at this point, it's basically resulted in sucks to suck. Don't go outside. If there are any non-paranormal explanations for this, that would be great too, because we won't know for sure until we get the trail cam up. Edited to update. Hope that's okay. There's been a cougar spotted in the area, apparently. Called the Wildlife Resources line just to be sure and informed by a lovely worker on the line after giving our location and approximate times. It's managed to get into more public residential areas this afternoon. They're actively searching as this update's going out. Not sure if this is the culprit or not. Either way, all animals will remain in their respective enclosures, and the neighbors down the way kind of have been informed too, so they can put their horses away. If that is the culprit, I hope they capture it safely and relocate it without any issues. Hopefully this will be the last update. My roommate went ahead and put the wards near the window just to be safe. She's been more freaked out about it than I've been. Something paced around my van for many minutes in the Baja Desert. In March of 2019, I was camped not too far from a small town in Mexico called Catavina, where long, spindly plants reach toward the sky. The landscape is covered in granite boulders and cactus easily reach 20 feet high. I camped at a place where I had no cell reception for 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, I didn't speak or see a single person. In the days, I would explore the area and listen to podcasts. Van. I'd parked my van on this sandy, grassy area which had not oft-used fire pit and the biggest cactus I've ever seen, which looked like a many-fingered hand. At the time, I'd been living in the van for 5 or so months and had covered all the windows with reflective material to keep down the heat during the day. Event. One night while I was in the van, I heard some padding around the van. In my mind, I imagined something with paws, because the padding sound it made around the van was light. My heart beat fast at the realization that something was outside my van. My doors were locked. I laid in my bed, listened to the steps around and around the van. After the padding stopped, I opened my door with weapons and a light. I found nothing, not even enough for tracks to make out in the sand. The strangest part for me is the amount of time it stayed around my van, somewhere in the range of 10 to 30 minutes. After learning about black dogs and their relation to Mexican counterparts, I started to think about this event. I wonder if whatever it was part of the weird, thing. During my time at this location, I encountered a rattlesnake which rattled at me during one of my walks, and what surprised me was the loudness of its rattle. I listened to a book about plagues and the heroes who cured them before COVID was big in the US. Aftermath. After getting service in San Rosalina, I learned that Mexico-US border was closed due to COVID. I was relieved to learn that it was a soft closing where citizens could return. I also learned that my mother had posted to missing persons pages because I'd been unable to contact her during that time. Something which I was upset about. Don't blame you. I live next to a Skinwalker. Me and my family have been seeing some stuff over the years, and to me it's terrifying. I've only experienced it 2 times. The first time was when I was 7. This is the worst paranormal thing I've witnessed looking back. But I went into the kitchen and looked out the back door. and something was lying down like a dog and was looking at me like eye contact. One eye was yellow and the other was green. I tell everyone in the living room something's outside, and when they check, it's literally gone. The second time I'd seen it, it was when I was going off to get firewood for the stove. And as soon as I open the door, something right there moves extremely fast. Other members of the family have experienced this too, really, but like my sister who has taken the dog out to use the bathroom, there's an old woodshed that we don't use anymore. But that's where the dog used the restroom, and my sister said, it looked at me, which was absolutely terrifying. Took the dog out once, and it was the same spot. Turn around, look at a big bush. Start shaking violently. I forced the dog to move with me back to the house. My grandmother liked to be in her car while watching stuff and drinking beer. But one time it ran past the front of her car and she couldn't leave. She asked us to go out there and escort her back. She doesn't do that anymore, and it was like her favorite thing to do. Not sure if this is the same thing or if it's related, but another time when I was 7, I woke up and something whispered my name. And it sounded nothing like a cow, and it scared the absolute shit out of me. I went crying to my older sister, and this happened again when I was like 10. They were both coming from the back porch where I saw this thing lying like a dog. Speaking of my older sister, a while ago she was going up to the house through the back field, which was really high grass at that point. She and her friend stopped because of some rustling somewhere close, and something full-on sprints. It goes towards them. They run to the house as quick as possible. We haven't had much happen recently, until a few weeks ago. I was on call with somebody with my sister, and I was messing around screaming for some reason. Me and my sister hear something scream back. We both look at each other and go inside. We live in the woods, not close to much really, but really freaked me out. There's at least a trend around Appalachia that's not deer. My father was with one of his friends and they were hunting. They see a skinwalker because the deer they saw ran and hid behind a tree, which kept peeking at them. Eventually it runs off, but it's much smaller. His friend got pictures of his footprints, which could be actual proof, but I can't get the pictures. The place they were at was kind of close, but not exactly our property. One of my biggest fears is one of our dogs coming back from the outside, and it not being our dog, and it gets inside. Looks like that's it for the rain, guys. Break time. I have a feeling someone has been watching me. I, a 25-year-old female, have a constant looming feeling like I'm being watched. People think I'm crazy, may not believe in the paranormal. But ever since I was little, I can remember experiencing little things that have progressed over the years. Whoever it is, or whatever it is, has never harmed me at all. And in fact, it's very protective over me. I've always talked to my mom about it, but she just brushed it off. But recently, she's been more open about it. She finally budged after one evening while eating dinner. I explained to her that my son, who's 2, has been pointing to the corners of my home, saying he's scared and there's a ghost. My mother's face drops and tells me I need to get the baby baptized. Confused by this, I asked her why. She tells me it's to protect the baby from bad things. I insisted on what she meant by that. She then tells me when I was younger, around 8 or 9, my best friend and I at the time were staying over at her house. I basically lived there. My mom was coming to pick me up and had gone up to Sammy's room where we were hanging out, horrified to find us playing with the Ouija board. She quickly grabbed me and we left after that, and she then tried to cleanse me from the board. Everything clicked, all at once. My childhood pink house hearing footsteps constantly up and down the basement stairs when I would grab the laundry. The greenhouse where I could hear my name being called, or things moving to places I did not put them. The newly built house, we were the first family to move in, the doorknob. Tired, I was awakened in the middle of the night by an unplugged radio. And as I go and ask my mom for help, I reach for the doorknob and it starts to shake violently as if it was locked. It wasn't, by the way. And somebody was trying to open it. Calling out for help, my mom rushes to try to open the door as I scream, saying, "Someone's in the house." My mom's searching throughout the house just to tell me no one's in the home. Being teased and watching kids tripping over nothing even when I was working. My manager was teasing me too much, fell face first into the ground after telling him, "I hope you trip." And he immediately fell. I can feel something watching me. It's a feeling I try to ignore, but I can't shake this feeling. And this all stemmed from this board. I never said goodbye. I never closed the portal. Posting this not for any advice, but for my sanity. I'm not crazy. I'm not paranoid. I know what I heard and what I've seen. My name being called. Every night I come to bed and listen to music, and every time I'm ready to sleep, I take out my headphones and plug my phone in. And every night I hear a voice saying something that's 2 syllables. Sounded like "thank you." So I assumed it was a neighbor's voice or furniture or something because I'm pretty much just in an apartment. But I was thinking one night, it sounded like my name. I just ignore it. But the last couple of times it says it once, then it says it louder, like with an inflection. It does sound like it's coming from through the wall, or disembodied. I don't know, I could be crazy. It could just be my neighbor. But it's every single night, and always 2 syllables. It sounds almost like a recording being played, because it's the same sound like someone messing with me. Edit. Thank you for your responses. I really appreciate all of them. As of now, I'm already done some research and looked on some websites, things like Quora. Basically, everybody on there was saying it's just a hypnagogic or hypnopompic hallucination. I can understand why, because I've had those before, so I can differentiate when that's happening and when it's not. I was 100% wide awake every time I heard my name being called, not laying down, not even slightly tired. Just hanging out in my room. I understand there's probably no reasonable explanation that anybody can come up with, but I do appreciate everybody's opinions. It's really freaky, especially since I recognize now that it's my name. Oh well, I'll get used to it. Ask Reddit 1. Me and my friend back in high school had my escapeway out of the mud dumps, a dragline area. We were driving out these mining roads when literally out of the blue about 2 or 3 kilometers back I could see headlights cresting the hill behind us. Didn't think too much of this even though it was almost 3 a.m. Anyhow, we went over another hill and when we got to the bottom the headlights were behind us, which meant about 3 to 5 minutes the vehicle would catch up, like 2 to 3 kilometers. Getting a little bit nervous now because we were doing 30 plus on this road, on a wood road, and they must have been traveling it well over what I originally thought. So I decided they were rushing. Pulled over in the next side trail, went around a corner, found a side trail, backed into it. And for the sake of I don't know why, we decided to hide and turn off the lights. We sat there for maybe 5 minutes questioning where this car went. We waited a bit longer. We decided that they must have took another road and we just didn't see it. I was about to turn the lights back on and looked into the mirror to see 2 red taillights about 50 feet behind. Pointed them out to my friend. Her face went white. We rushed out and started the way that we came. I looked back and nothing. The road was clear forwards and back. As we crested the hills again, we noticed the same headlights behind us. But this time, it always kept a distance on a previous hill. After about 20 minutes of driving, I got to the top of the hill and stopped, and the headlights on the previous hill did too. We were about 5 minutes to the main road at this point, so we just pieced out. We got to the bottom of the hill. Headlights were on the top of the hill we were just on, and it was catching us fast. Did about 50 or 70 plus on a dirt road. Followed us for a solid 3 or 4 minutes, about 100 or 200 feet back. As soon as we hit the main road, the lights vanished. I know a little bit about cars, but I'll never forget those perfectly round headlights. And the narrow, straight up and down taillights. Definitely a strange situation for us. Been back a few times, never after dark though. Stick to daylight driving now. From my limited knowledge of vehicles, I am not a car guy, I would say that that was a Jeep. I don't believe in ghosts, but this seems like one. Greece, summer of 2008. I'm 16 years old. My father rented me a room so I could find some peace. It was in a luxury club near Athens. Sounds lucky. One night I hear a woman screaming in anger, knocking on the wall near my bed. I'm gonna knock at the door and they won't let me in. I go back to my room again. Silence. Good. I go back to bed. The very next day I get up quite early. The day goes by, it's good, but at nightfall the same story happens again. This time I respond by hitting on the wall. At my bedroom's balcony I go out and try to see what's happening on the other side with the lights off. I wonder if it's not a couple making fierce love. But there's no doubt what I hear at that moment. Clearly annoyed, angered cries. Doesn't rule that out. I'm going to knock again and nobody answers me. Go to reception to finally complain about the noise, although I don't like it. Maybe it could be a woman who's been abused by a violent husband, but the staff tells me that the room next to me is free. Something randomly knocked my kin over. What the heck? Still looking for my place. I'm going back to bed, and the story gives me chills. Eventually, a couple moves into the cursed bedroom. I'm rather reassured, but it doesn't last. When I go to the swimming pool, I see them at the reception complaining that their bedroom is disgusting, and their room is very noisy. Which is surprising, because I didn't hear anything weird. Starting to have nightmares. I dream of a woman hanging in a laundromat. The image disturbs me a lot. The staff probably offered another room to the couple who left, and I even heard some sounds on the wall. When I secretly smoked on the balcony, light turned on by itself. I also asked to change rooms, and this time I was in a building faced to the one that I slept in a few nights. I was really obsessed with this cursed room. One night, the person who now occupied the room waved to me. I was in the dark. Maybe he or she waved at someone else. But the screaming came back. The club is closed forever, and I never experienced a similar situation again. This is all pure coincidence. There must be an explanation. Maybe there was something in the living room that secretly lived in the room this whole time, dead or alive. It does not seem okay. This is a very weird neighbor of mine who threw his cat in the trash. Sounds like he should be thrown in the trash. My fiancé and I live in a large industrial area built in Moselle. I don't know, it's French. In eastern France, on the border between Luxembourg and Germany. It's a relatively peaceful area, but people there are quite conservative. Since we're two men in love, we are careful to remain discreet, even if we do it everywhere. But to avoid unnecessary problems. We live in a high tower about 20 floors in an old flat. The few discussions that we have are with people in supermarkets, cashiers, small talk with neighbors. Shortly after we moved into this building, we met an old gentleman. He was always on his bicycle, white hair, white teeth, sunglasses. At first, we kind of appreciated him as he was funny, enjoying life, ready to go on his little bike. I thought he was a widower, so it was important to us to take care of the elderly people to fight his possible solitude. Nice of you. One evening, we told him about the serious illness of our cat, which saddens us. We considered him as our baby. We won't ever really have children, but he died at the age of 1 year, incurable neurological disease. The old man replied, smiling, "Oh, well, I had a cat before, and then one day I noticed that he was getting more and more lazy. Hadn't noticed he was already dead, rotting for several days, but it started to stink a lot. So I threw him in the trash room in the building over there." I was so shocked by this lack of tact and empathy that I had a nervous laugh, which he interpreted as a way of laughing at what he had just ranted. I started avoiding him, but we were incredibly lucky to always meet him. It's still a casual experience for us. Recently, I had to sort of stand him in the elevator all alone. When a woman arrived in the hall, he noticed her. Once we were out of sight, he said to me, "She mustn't go to the basement of the building, otherwise I might wait for her." I replied that there's cameras everywhere, and also told him to be careful, but he laughed again as usual. When I see this guy through the living room window coming back with his bike, it's a disturbing feeling. I feel like something's definitely wrong with him. Since then, every time we meet, I can't help but think about one thing: escaping. I can't quite peg that guy as to how I feel about him. A ghost living in my parents' house. This happened to me many, many years ago. I think the story can be a bit hard to understand, so I'll try my best. One night I went to an event for my dad's with a friend. He was gay and had a boyfriend, but agreed to be my chaperone. When the night was ending at about midnight, we said our goodbyes and he told me, "Oh, my boyfriend asked me to tell you to message him when you reach home." Mind you, we didn't have smartphones or mobile internet at the time, so when I reached home I connected and sent my friend's boyfriend a message. Let's call him Cal. So I messaged Cal and I said, "Hey, Mike told me that you wanted to speak to me." I had only ever talked with Cal on the internet. We haven't met in person yet. "Oh yeah, I dreamt about you," he told me, and then proceeded to narrate his dream to me. I'll try my best to tell you what Cal's dream was about, but I've probably forgotten some details. It was a day in the afternoon. I was at insert here, a known place in my city, when I met a child. This child was apparently lost. He was wearing old clothes and took my finger and started walking with me. I followed him and arrived at a house where there was a red sweater hanging like it had been left to dry in the sun. What was weird about that at the time is that I was kind of in a rebellious phase and I wore only black. I didn't own any other colored clothes, but since I had this event I mentioned at the beginning, I was wearing at the same moment a red sweater. I went inside the house. The kid started to show me around. We arrived at a room that was kind of weird. It was like it was made of mirrors. My parents' room had 2 huge wardrobes, and the doors were made of mirrors. Again, I didn't know Cal in person, and he had never met me in my house, but for some reason, I started to get really nervous by the moment, like everything felt heavier by the minute. Then we went to another room that was also weird because the windows are really close to the floor, like huge windows. He mentioned that he saw in the dream that the windows were close to the floor because they were actually very close to the bed. Again, it wasn't exactly the case, but my bed was really tall and was really close to the window in height, like an 8-inch difference. And what he was saying to me described the house I lived in at the moment again, my parents' house. Honestly, I was just terrified at this point. This kid told me this was his house and he lived here. He told me he loves your family, but he loves you especially because you play with them every night. At this point, he had told me the name of the kid. To this day, I don't say the name out loud, because when I used to do it, he appeared and the room would feel heavy. What's important is that the name that he told me was the name of an online character I had at the time, a character I would play with every night. This is important because my friend Mike didn't know about this, and he knew everything else. He saw me use the red sweater that day, and he hadn't been to my parents' house. He didn't know about the online game, he just wasn't into that. So, the kid loves you and told me that he sits at the window and watches you sleep. I picked up the phone at that moment and called Mike to scream at him. I'd been chatting with Cal for about an hour or so, but I didn't care and started asking Mike if he told Cal anything about how my parents' house looked like, or even what I was wearing that day. But he simply said, why would I do that? And since we were young, it makes sense. You tell people if a friend has a pool or really cool stuff, but you don't describe so much details about their parents' bedroom. I guess I just believed Mike and was terrified. He called Cal, though, and asked him to stop scaring me, but I wasn't really able to get any sleep until it was sunny again. Oh, and another important detail was that Cal swears to me that the child left a mark on his finger. Remember I said the child took his finger to drag him to the house? Well, when we finally met in person not long after, he showed me the mark. It was small and round and dark, but not black, like a birthmark. I asked Mike to tell me that he had the mark before when he had met, but Mike assured me the mark was new, and Cal insisted it appeared on his finger after this dream. Also, I'm still friends with Mike and Cal. It wasn't a birthmark. The mark went away from Cal's finger, and I don't know when, because we didn't meet for several years, but when we met again a couple of years ago, we didn't have it anymore. Cal remembers the dream to this day, too. And also to this day, I don't say that name. It's like I summoned the spirit or ghost or whatever it was. Weird stuff happened at that house, and I believe a lot was related to the spirit. But I'll post more encounters with it some other day since it's pretty late. I wanted to share these because the other day I posted something that didn't belong here. I hope this does. Can a spirit in a house cause you to have bad luck? I searched all over Google, and it's just articles about ghost hauntings. So I apologize if this kind of may be redundant, but me and my fiancé just bought a house. We moved in recently, only 2 months ago. My fiancé is sensitive to paranormal activities and sees spirits on the regular, but nothing with anything like ill intention. So when we moved in here, she always spoke about seeing an older man in the corner. And that's as well as my son, who sees something and will yell, "No, no, 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 go away." Since moving in, we've had nothing but bad luck. Plants can't even stay alive in the house. Things go missing randomly, and then we'll find them in the weirdest places. We've jokingly spoken out loud saying that they're not welcome here and demanding that they leave and leave us alone, but it hasn't been successful. At least yet. It seems to favor my fiancé over me. Also, my mother-in-law has been staying with us, and she's known to dabble in and with spirits or the paranormal. Per my fiancé, she states that her mom has messed with portals. And speaking to the other side, it's an unsafe manner in our fears that she has an attachment to her which is causing her issues. This may just be in my head, but our relationship has never had issues before until we started moving in, and we lived together prior to moving into this house. So it wasn't a culture shock, as many would say. I'm sorry if I left any crucial points out, but please feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to answer every question. Especially if it helps with the conclusion, and maybe the possible reasons why things are like this really are going on. I can take the paranormal part of it out and work on it by myself. Ask Reddit. Alright, so I'm not much of a believer in the paranormal or the supernatural. I'm sure there's an explanation like an allergy to something, but I still find them fascinating. Here's mine. I was about 8 years old when we made our annual back to Philippines. My mother's siblings at the time lived in a village. I always forget the name. At the base of some small mountain in Nueva Ecija. I was hanging out with my uncle about 300 or 400 meters down from my aunt's house. That's where we were staying. Next to that house, he was building kind of a small banana plantation. Anyways, I was really busting to poop. My uncle was putting thatching for an awning at the time, and I didn't want to bother him. That really wouldn't have been able to hold it all the way back, so it seemed like a much further walk, and I was smaller. I snuck some toilet paper and dug a deep hole at the base of one of those banana trees. Buried the lot when I was done, and man, I was desperate. Within the hour, I was back to my aunt's place. I began to feel weak. Large pimply things started appearing all over my legs. They didn't hurt to pop, but when they did, it was like a mix that felt 10% oil and 90% water. They were all over my legs, and I couldn't walk. I didn't feel nauseous or anything, but it was extremely hard to walk. Wearing sandals helped somehow, so the support of my mom and my aunt, they walked me to some older lady's place. Not sure if she was a doctor or just some equivalent of a wise woman. She handed me a glass of water, then cracked an egg open and dropped the contents into the water. For hen told me to drink it about halfway. I drank it up to about halfway, and she put the glass on the table. We watched as the yolk began to take shape, very much like a small tree, like the yolk spread out. One large stem then sprouting out toward the top of the water. Now, chances are, if anybody did it right now, it might achieve the same effect. The banana trees look different to regular trees, but holy cow, really looked like a young tree. About as young as the banana trees. She asked me if I peed on a tree earlier or even hit one. Told her I did. Definitely didn't want to correct her, and I said I took a crap on one. So she told me to go back and sincerely apologize to the duende residing within. So a duende is a mythical creature in the Philippines. Some would describe it as a dwarf, an elf, or just a spirit that lives inside trees or termite mounds. They keep to themselves, but if you mess with them, whether it be deliberately or accidentally, they will curse you to some degree. They took me to that tree to apologize, and very quickly after, my weak legs were fine again, and the pimply things disappeared within the hour. I got a few more. Some separate little experiences for myself, little sister, and cousins in particular after my grandfather passed away. I gotta say, I've spent a lot of time hanging out around banana trees. And usually, there's tons of fire ants around them, and they cause those little things you were talking about if you're a little bit allergic to them. Not discounting what you said, but I've been attacked by banana trees and had the same thing happen too many times to pass this up. Ask Reddit 3. I have 2 to add. When I was 6 or 7, we were renting a house. The landlord hired a team of landscapers to trim down a tree in our backyard and to square off the hedges along our back fence. Shortly after they started one of them, they got scared to keep repeating. Danger, much danger in Spanish. They cut down a few limbs from the tree, and one of the others grabbed a circular saw to cut the limbs into place. He plugged the saw into the outlet. This was around 1986 and well before battery tool power. Not only did it turn on, it chased the entire crew, one after another, just rushed toward the next guy as each one sprinted either side of the house. The saw even made wide turns to chase them. They never came back, and one of their family members stopped by a few days later. Now, it might be a coincidence that the saw had a short in the wiring and it only looked like it was chasing them. But the next part of this is what gets me. About a month later, my mom is starting a fire in the fireplace, using the wood from the trimmed tree. Dad finished cutting the limbs into the fireplace-sized log. Started the fire like normal. Moments later, there's a large crack and a small but intense burst of flames. That's when the front door, which was locked for the night, slammed open and these shadowy figures sprint out. They looked human-shaped, but their proportions were too long and too thin. Their faces had no features. It was as if your shadow at 5 p.m. was starting to run off on its own. Mom closed, relocked the door, grabbed me, and stayed in their bedroom that night. The other story is much shorter and minor. My first cat, Max, had just passed away, like the day before, so short enough that me, Mom, and Dad hadn't packed away his food or water dish. Mom was at work, had gotten home and fixed dinner for us. As we sat down to eat, we hear a meowing. Dad starts to get up, muttering, okay, forgot your dinner. Then we look at each other, then over to the food bowl. The meowing happens again, but we both know that Max is dead. I look at Dad and shrug, he shrugs too, goes back to eating. We hear him meow a few more times, and it stops, and never heard from it again. Ask Reddit 4. I was in the front room playing video games at around 12 o'clock at midnight. I also have headphones on, so I've got my full attention on the game. I remember hearing crying out of nowhere and thought it was my mom because my parents had been arguing a couple of hours before. I barely heard the crying over the murders being committed on Grand Theft Auto that night, but that's besides the point. I took my headphones off and noticed the crying wasn't coming from my mom, but from the window behind me. The window had blinds over it, so nobody could see inside of it, but the window was open. I kinda slowly got out of my gaming chair, slithered over to the window and opened the blinds, but was met by a nasty lady. She had dirt, mud, all over her. She was missing teeth and her eyes were piercing, like if there was no light I could see every detail in her eyeball. Almost as if they were glowing. They weren't glowing, but they were the cleanest thing on her. I kind of stuttered out the words, What's wrong? She stopped crying and just stared into my eyes and started swinging her hand, which, looking back, she definitely had a knife and screaming. I yelled for my dad as loud as I could, and this didn't even faze her. Now, in the front room, we had a gun cabinet. I grabbed the first gun I could and happened to be a hunting rifle. My dad had grabbed his pistol and came into the first room in his underwear. And he was very confused before he could ask what was wrong. I pointed at the window to the still screaming lady. Mom was hiding in the bedroom and called the police, and the lady was just screaming. But at this point, her vocal cords had been screeching. I had my rifle pointed at her, and Dad had his gun pointed at her. She started cutting the window screen open to get in. I kept telling her to stop, leave, go home, and she didn't. I didn't want to talk about the aftermath. Or rather, I don't. The police came, took a statement, and luckily this whole thing was caught on camera from the neighbors across the street and my house cams. It's not so much paranormal, but I still don't know where that lady came from and what her problem was. Dad thinks she was on some kind of drug. I still pray to God and ask her for forgiveness, so there isn't a day that goes by where I don't hate myself. Stay safe, everyone. Ask Reddit 5. I grew up in rural America, middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods, no neighbors for miles in any direction. I liked to wander the woods and play in my imagination with my collection of swords, some wood, some real. My dad would pay me and my friends if we ever killed a venomous snake while out and about, so sometimes we would go snake hunting, although we never found much, maybe like 3 to 4 copperheads over the years. And this practice took place, so we were mostly just digging around, and any snakes we found were kind of incidental. Anyway, my friend and I, we once went out for a late-night snake hunt around midnight. We got to the edges of my family property and dove into some heretofore unexplored woods. Needless to say, we got a little bit lost, but with our flashlights, swords, and teenage hubris, we weren't at all scared, we were just having a good time. While trying to orient ourselves in these dark woods, we heard a knocking, like something solid smacking against a tree. wood being knocked together, but it wasn't sporadic like a buck or hog smacking its antlers or tusks on a tree. It wasn't random like trees being blown about by the wind or knocking into each other. It was a very deliberate and evenly spaced rhythm. Just all these knockings, loud and intentional. Friend and I looked at each other with our flashlight, simply said to each other, "Run," hauled ass in the opposite direction of the noise. We made it to the nearest road in maybe 5 minutes of frantic running, bleeding from thorns, vines, and out of breath. The knocking didn't follow, although we had heard its continuation when we started running until we got too far away. We went back during the day and scoped out that portion of the woods with the sun on our side. Never found any evidence of human habitation. Never figured out what could have possibly made the noise. We didn't go near those woods at night anymore. Ask Reddit 6. I live in South Louisiana. There's a place near where I grew up called Critchin, pronounced Cray-Shan. Cray-Shan Point Plantation. It is notoriously haunted. You can Google it. Allegedly used as a Civil War hospital, the front doors being used as stretchers, and rumors of there being something that went down there involving notorious pirate Jean Lafitte. Bunch of history. People have seen all kinds of crazy shit there. When we were about 16, me and my friends regularly used to spend Saturday nights drinking lots of beer, driving around the dirt roads surrounding this plantation, quote-unquote ghost hunting. Meaning getting wasted, listening to lots of rap music, chain smoking, and occasionally stopping, rolling the windows down to see if we could see anything weird. Well, one time we actually did, surprisingly. We stopped on the main road in front of the plantations in the middle of nowhere. Nothing around but sugarcane fields, dirt roads, and the occasional trailer home. We get out of the truck and turn off all the lights, start just kind of looking around. One of my two friends says he thinks he sees something, starts kind of freaking out, tells us to come see. We look in his direction and he's pointing. He's pointing to the side of the main house. There's some little cabins which I believe to be old slaves' quarters. I see something weird out in front of one of them. It looks like a woman down on her knees. We're immediately like, what the fuck is this woman doing kneeling down in her yard at midnight? I ran, got some binoculars out of the truck, and sure enough, it was a woman. She was very slowly stood up and began walking across the yard toward the house. Very slowly and gently, as if she didn't have a care in the world. The arms were just kind of dancing along by her sides. She just crept toward the house. It was then that I noticed that extremely faintly, she seemed to be kind of glowing. It was extremely odd because it wasn't a full moon or anything, and nothing around her was glowing, only her. That was the whole time that she walked. She looked almost as if she was composed of dim moonlight, and then I realized I could make out the shape of the trees on the other side of her. She was very faintly translucent. Gave my friends the binoculars to see if I was just drunk or having a mental break or something. They immediately confirmed that I was not. We sat there, watched her for maybe 4 minutes, which felt like an eternity. The longer we watched, the more the reality of what we were seeing began to set in, and an intense, describable feeling started to overtake me. I thought I was the only one, but upon inspection, my friends were visibly shook. It wasn't fun anymore. Just as we really began to freak out in the distance, we heard gravel crumbling and saw headlights about an eighth mile down the road. The second we did without the lights shining towards us or the girl, she simply dimmed out. It was like somebody turned off a light and she just faded away. We all fucking freaked, got out of there. I don't really believe in God or in an afterlife or anything like that, but that sure as fuck made and continues to make me question things. I've no idea what we saw, and I'm not sitting here telling you I think it was definitely a ghost. We were drunk at 16, and anything's possible, but it was by far the strangest thing I've ever seen. You can make of it what you will. Your guess is as good as mine. Ask Reddit 7. I currently work at a school that might be haunted. There's an old auditorium that we use for plays, musicals, and sometimes for pep rallies. It's creepy as hell when you're alone in it, though. A lot of staff say that that's where the ghost lives. I used to teach in the room across the hall from it. My first month there, my lights kept getting shut off. The light switch is right by the door, so I thought it was a student. It kept happening during my plan period, and I asked the teacher next to me to tell his class to stop messing with my room. He shut the door one day, and it happened. No one was in the halls, and I was sitting across the room. The lights just turned off on their own. A few days after that, I was testing a website on my projector, because the colors didn't project great. That was during my plan. My projector moved on its own, and I don't mean it slid down, it moved up and down and left and right. There's no room above mine, so it wasn't something in the ceiling. I wasn't really freaked out at this point, just annoyed, so I yelled at whatever it was to stop messing with my stuff. The projector stopped moving, and the lights never turned off again. The last time something happened to me, I was in the auditorium itself. We were having a sort of field day, and we were using the auditorium as a movie theater. I was the one running it. Sat in the back, kept an eye on the kids. I heard someone whisper my name, but like a stage whisper where it's actually pretty loud. No one was behind me. A student close told me that she heard it too. We both shrugged and kept watching Into the Spider-Verse. A few other staff have more interesting stories since they worked there longer. Ask Reddit 8. I've been having these experiences for over 2 years now. Started sometime before I got married, and it happens once in a while. It happens when I sleep, right when I'm just about to go deep. And when it happens, I hear a loud bang, a clank, a shriek, or a scream. Sometimes it sounds far away, sometimes it sounds like it's right beside my ear. Wakes me up and I end up rushing into the dark house or apartment thinking somebody just broke in. I'm a skeptic of the paranormal. I've been chalking this experience as audio hallucinations. But that doesn't make it any less weird or creepy. To clarify, I'm not on any medication. I don't drink alcohol and I don't take recreational drugs. I use my brain a lot at work, so I have to be at capacity all day, every day. The most disturbing experience I had was when I got woken up by a long, high-pitched scream that sounded like it was coming from a woman in our kitchen or living room on the second floor. The house has 3 floors, no basement. At the time, I was alone in the house because my wife worked the night shift. I quickly ran the dark staircase to the living room to check it out, but no one was there. I checked the first floor entrance to see if somebody had broken in. Locked. I checked the garage door. Locked. I checked the balcony door. Locked. Checked the windows. Locked. Me being tired and sleepy quickly dismissed this as me just being tired and sleepy. So I went back to bed. A couple more of these would happen, like a loud bang or a loud clank coming from the second floor that would wake me up. But I would chalk these off as just me being tired. I would usually immediately go back to sleep. I would not recall these until they kept happening. Told my wife and my brother about these experiences. We all agreed it was creepy, but maybe it's just my brain playing games with me. We're now renting our house to someone else. We moved to an apartment closer to work to save on transit costs. I still get these experiences, but not as disturbing as the screaming woman. Sometimes I'd get woken by what sounds like someone crashing through our apartment door, trays and pans in our kitchen being thrown out, but when I check them out, it's just our normal, unbroken-in, dark apartment. Sidebar. Now I say these are audio hallucinations because I have had a dream when I was a kid and there was a woman with a gaunt face and distorted voice screaming at the top of her lungs. As a kid, it was extremely frightening. So I tried waking up, and when I woke up, the voice started to warp to this melodious tune. It was the voice of a singing woman coming from the radio. When I was a kid, I liked listening to the radio to help me sleep, especially the jazz radio stations. I was hearing a distorted version of a song on the radio as I tried to go to sleep. It's hard to make an equivalence on this past experience to my experiences now, Because then I knew what the source is. The radio. This time I just don't know. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, your guide to the mysterious and the unknown. Subscribe now and turn on notifications. Embark on a journey that will challenge everything you thought you knew. Enjoy the ride. Strange light and possible possession after using Ghostbox. Any thoughts? I had an experience years ago that really freaked me out. I've always been skeptical of ghosts and similar phenomena, and I'm not religious, but this is one of the oddest things I've ever experienced. Years ago, probably around 2014, I was visiting family in Colorado. That side of my family is into the paranormal, especially ghosts. Something we do when we meet up is we use a ghost box, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. For those who aren't, it's a radio that scans across channels very quickly and supposedly picks up voices of spirits. Not the most technical definition, but just to cover the basics. Anyways, we decided to use one on one night, but didn't have anything interesting happen. So instead, we decided to swap ghost stories in the backyard, which I always enjoy. Well, about a half an hour into our discussion, my brother starts feeling nauseous. He's saying weird things and acting possessed, which I thought was a cheesy, not so very funny joke. He's pretty funny usually, so I knew something was wrong when the joke was going on for too long. Besides, our interests in the paranormal are typically limited to ghost stories, tarot readings, and energy. Needless to say, this was not in our wheelhouse of typical or expected outcomes. My aunt decided to cleanse the area with some sage, but he was saying it smelled like burning bodies, which isn't the most comfortable thing to hear. Some time goes by and he feels more normal but still nauseous. At this moment, suddenly there was a blue ball of light, maybe a foot or less in diameter, across the yard and past their fence into their alleyway. I saw the light slowly toward the ground. It was lowering. It was shrinking as it descended. Descended seems to be the proper word, as it didn't seem to be falling, as it was much too slow. The ball of light got smaller and smaller until it touched the ground. It then remained stationary for a few seconds, then went out. There was no noise, and it seemed to just pop up out of nowhere. Nobody said a word until it was over, which is when we started freaking out all over again. We searched the next morning for anything that could have caused the light, but there was nothing. We have a few brain cells between the few of us, ruled out flashlights, flares, reflections. My aunt and cousin claimed to be more sensitive to energy, stated that it was quite intense during the experience. Any thoughts on what this could have been? Can't remember if it had been storming, but maybe it was ball lightning. No clue. Please feel free to share below. We still have no idea what happened that night. Experience on the USS Below Wood, LHA-3, 2002. I was a Marine, deployed with the 11th MEU on Belleau Wood. At one point I ended up getting assigned to work with the Navy ship Supply, S8. I think it was. I worked for them for a month during the day with nothing unusual happening. At the end of the month I volunteered to work for them for another month. If I could get work the one night shift spot, they agreed. And since no other Marines wanted to get faped out to work for the Navy, I got the spot. Basically, that meant that any time any section, engineer, aviation mainly, needed a part at night, I went to get it from one of the many storage rooms throughout the ship. There came to be 3 storage rooms I preferred not going to: C, CA, and CB. They were by far the biggest storage rooms, and in the bowels of the ship, which are supposed to be completely sealed from the rest of the ship other than one path that you take to get to them to prevent from flooding. That was in the event of a hull breach. Yet, in what was perhaps the most isolated part of the ship, I would hear voices and other indications of movement. The first few times I would call out asking who was there, I would never receive a reply, or investigate the noises, which sounded like somebody else doing the same job I was, moving things around, either storing, sorting, or retrieving parts, never finding anything out of place. Eventually, I pretended I didn't hear anything and got in and out as fast as possible. At the end of my second month, on the last day, I casually, jokingly said something like, "By the way, I'm pretty sure CCA and CB are haunted." All the Navy personnel in the room just kept looking at me and nodded and verbally agreed that it was. I still am very skeptical of ghosts or any kind of afterlife, but I still can't explain what I experienced. I tend to lean toward Occam's razor, the easiest explanation being at 0200 I'm kind of the most isolated part of the ship all by myself and my mind's having a bit of fun at my expense. But truthfully, I've never been able to just accept that explanation, especially given the reaction I got when I finally brought it up. Perhaps it was bleed over from another Belleau Wood in another universe, but whatever it was, the USS Belleau Wood is now an artificial reef, so whatever was going on is a problem for the fish now. Owl or large-winged creature swooping car. Around 10 or 15 years ago, me and a friend were driving down River Road with some winged creature swooping in the hood of my car, surrounding and blocking both the windshield and wrapping around the passenger and driver's side windows, then disappeared. I can provide more information about the location if somebody has a similar experience. As we're driving, I'm telling her this story about the sleep paralysis demon I saw in a dream. It looked like a winged demon, made of molten stone with red eyes, trapped behind a stone prison that it escapes and chases me. It's dark out, maybe 9-10 p.m. And as I'm telling this story, as we drive under a large willow tree and something drops out of the sky and swoops the hood of the car, filling my entire windshield. It then wrapped around my side windows with wings. My friend screams, I stop the car. I remember it now as an owl with feathery wings, but part of me remembers red eyes, black fleshy wings, and a human face. But I'm not sure if that's just because of what images were already running around in my head when it happened as I was telling the story. There are owls where we were, so I was wondering if maybe that's something owls do. Swoop headlights or something. But there's no owls that would be large enough to explain what I saw. Just barn owls, and I've seen them before. I thought I'd ask around if anybody else has ever experienced something like this, as it's always bothered me, and a friend is just sick of me asking her what she remembers. She just says it was weird and she was too scared, closed her eyes. Need this to be explained by skeptics. I wouldn't say I'm a believer, nor would I say I'm a skeptic either. I'd say there's plenty of things science has yet to prove or disprove, and whether or not there are other things beyond what we can see are real. And I've had plenty of weird experiences, kind of happen along the way that I can easily explain rationally. Half asleep, kind of just felt hands caressing my face. Well, probably some form of sleep paralysis. Creepy feeling like something's been watching me. It's a common feeling that anybody would feel if they've been alone a lot. Figure at the foot of the bed. Again, sleep paralysis, or maybe something my mind just conjured from lack of sleep. But I can't seem to find a rational explanation for this particular experience that happened years ago at my parents' place. Just for context, my parents live in a pretty big house, lots of empty rooms, and I've always felt a little bit off whenever I visit, but I've usually ignored the feeling. Again, the uneasiness was probably due to the fact that the house is large and has a lot of empty space. As a teenager and young adult before I moved out, I usually conduct my studying/work in the guest/dining room. A little more private and quiet than my own room. Parents' room was right next to mine, and their TV would often be loud. It has a large wooden dining room table, the sort with heavy glass on the top that can fit around 10 people around it. So this happened a few years in the middle of the night. I was in this dining room. The air conditioner was on. I had a jug of water next to me. My laptop was on. My partner called me and I left the room to speak with him. I switched off the air conditioning, but when I returned, not longer than 30 minutes later, I sat on my chair and rested my elbows on the glass table to get back to work. But then, the glass starts sliding. Before I knew it, a gush of water splashed on my lap. I jolted, removed my things to see that the entire table was filled with water in between the glass and the table. I looked at my jug of water, still the same level of water in there. Needless to say, I was freaked out, more worried about my laptop than anything electronic related there. I removed my things and went to go get my parents. It took all three of us to remove the heavy glass and took some time to remove all the water. My parents, for some reason, thought I had somehow placed the water there and were upset it happened, because of course the table was expensive. It wasn't until later in the day that this event came back to me, and goosebumps appeared all over my arms thinking about it. How on earth did that much water get there? So I tried my hardest to find an explanation, and here's what I came up with. A. Condensation. Perhaps switching off the air conditioning helped create the right environment to cause enough condensation that water overflowed underneath. But not only is this implausible, but never has this ever happened before or after the incident. B. I had a psychotic breakdown which led to me splashing water there with the jug of water I had. But again, the water is still in the jug, and I was and am a pretty physically weak person. So there's no way I'd have removed the glass to be able to splash water onto it. Keep in mind, the water was all over the table, not in one corner. C. My parents did it when I was away, but why? D. The water was already there, built up over time from condensation, but then I'd noticed it before. I was in the dining room for hours before this incident, so no way I would have noticed this. No matter how I try to rationalize this incident myself, I can't find an explanation. Everybody I've told to said it's probably something paranormal. I've had other experiences in my parents' home, but again, all I could pretty much explain, except for this. All these years later, I've never had the same experience happen again, and I use that dining room to this day. Since everybody I've spoken to has said this is paranormal, I'd like to hear your thoughts, especially the skeptics who might be able to give a rational explanation to this. The condensation thing seems pretty valid, given that water is clear, and you very well might not have noticed it. I've seen a white hole/breach during a storm as a child. I was in 5th grade, 10 years old. We were in class upstairs and there was a huge storm outside. Everybody had a chill when lightning struck. Lightnings were getting closer and closer. I was fascinated by it, especially because I was sitting near the window. Then a lot of lightnings started to strike at the same time, and a big one was really close to us. This big lightning was really, really, really strange. It enlightens us for a whole second, which is pretty long for lightning. I could have seen some of the white hole, almost like a breach in space. I seen it for a whole second, too. I asked my school friend who was sitting next to me, "Have you seen this, the white hole?" And he was affirmative. My younger self liked to imagine it was some of a dimensional breach for some creature to come into our world. Every time since I heard somebody talking about a paranormal event, I'm like, maybe the responsible of this event come from that breach. Of course, I don't believe it, but it's a fun theory. Bachelor's Grove. I visited the cemetery with a couple of friends in the spring of 2017. We arrived there around 6:30 p.m., parked at the small lot across the road from the cemetery, and made our way over. I was in a photography class at the time and brought a school-issued camera with me to take pictures. Walking into the cemetery felt sort of overwhelming, like we had walked into a lively party where everybody suddenly went quiet and stared at us. Even though we were the only ones there, I took some pictures in the cemetery, and after a while, we decided to walk deeper into the woods. This would turn out to be a mistake. As the three of us walked along the creek, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that was setting in. Despite it still being pretty light out, due to it being early spring, the leaves hadn't yet grown back, so we would see pretty far in every direction. Something that still creeps me out about this place is the lack of sound. I listened for the chirps, the scurries of wild animals, but the only sound in the woods was our footsteps in the leaves in the creek. My camera, fully charged, died a few times when I turned it back on, still had full battery. We came across multiple round clearings in the woods. There are rumors of dark magic and rituals taking place here, so at the time I attributed it to that. There was a picnic bench in one of the clearings. Took a picture of my friends on a cell phone standing on the bench part. They were smiling when I took the photo, but when I looked at their faces, they were distorted. My female friend appeared sad and scared, while my male friend appeared angry. But they were perfectly fine. A few minutes after that picture, my phone mysteriously went missing. We searched all over the area and were still right by the picnic bench, so I figured it couldn't be far. That was until the sun started to go down. We realized that we needed to get the hell out of there. We ditched the phone and my female friend managed to lead us out. As we were leaving, I saw a completely black shadow figure with a brimmed hat walking parallel to us, maybe 10 feet into the woods. It was walking through dense wood and made no sound. I have no idea why I didn't react to it at this moment, but when I asked my male friend about this later, he said he saw it too. When we got back to my house, some unfortunate events went down with my family that were mostly likely inevitable, but I think the energy I brought back certainly could have contributed. When I brought the camera to my room, the energy seemed to shift, and I saw several figures and anomalies as I scrolled through the photos. I deleted them all right then. Everything felt more normal after that, though the energy in my living room where the family thing happened was off until we moved out. Even my completely skeptical mother admitted that the lighting, looked wrong and things felt off in that room after this. I'm still interested in haunted places and the paranormal, but this experience made me way more wary of these things. Something ripped an animal to shreds. I'm not really sure if this would be considered a paranormal story per se, but nothing else really makes sense. Let me explain. My family would go camping every chance we got. The place we'd always go had no natural predators, or at least nothing bigger than a fox. My dad specifically chose this spot, so us kids, me and my two siblings, could frolic through the woods without having to worry. This particular trip was during the May long weekend. There was still a considerable amount of snow, so my dad brought our ATVs and some sleds for us. It was the day after that we had arrived, and my dad wanted to go on a little trip down the road. I asked if I could come, and he said sure. We both hopped on his quad and set out on our little trip. I forgot to mention earlier that we had a deer around the area. Nothing crazy, but the odd one would wander through our campsite. You could tell they had no natural predators since they didn't run away when there was a human around. My siblings and I would always manage to get pretty close to one, before my parents yelled at us to stay away, that is. Anyway, my dad and I were a few miles from the campsite. That's when we rounded a corner, came across, well, the most gruesome sight I've ever seen in my life. On the side of the road, there were pieces of a deer. At least I think it was one. There was blood absolutely everywhere, and worse still, there was steam coming from the remains, which meant this was recent. My dad's usually a pretty calm guy, not much can rattle him, but I could tell you that this freaked him the hell out. He was in the process of turning us around when this, screech came out of the forest. It was so loud that we both flinched. I remember searching the forest for the source, but my dad was in the process of hauling ass down the way we came. It could have been a trick of the light, or because I was freaked out and maybe I was seeing things, but I could have sworn I saw something running alongside us, but only for a second or two. I know I sound absolutely crazy, but the thing looked like a large dog before it vanished into the trees. My dad raced back to camp and we were all packed up and headed to a different location by the end of the day. We never did go back to that campsite after this encounter. I did ask my dad about it a couple of years ago. He said it was because the new campsite was better than the old, better trails and whatnot. I think he's full of crap. I think whatever we encountered that day scared the hell out of him. I think that whatever I saw, he did too. But I, for one, I'm thankful that we never went back. I'm not sure if I'd be able to sleep at night after what I saw. It still haunts me to this day. My ghost flame story. My family moved from Kansas to Tennessee in the year 2000. I made some friends at my new high school and we were all hanging out on Halloween. Someone told us about a local legend, a legend called the Ghost Flame. A few of my friends wanted to go check it out. They invited me to go with them. I was skeptical, but I went out of curiosity. The legend goes like this. There's a haunted cemetery way out in the boondocks. If you park on the side of the gravel road of the entrance, turn off your headlights, you can see a ghost flame hovering over a grave. It sounded like someone was trying to pull a prank on me. One of the guys borrowed his dad's car. We all drove out there. We parked at the entrance, cut off the headlights. Waited about 5 minutes and someone shouted, "Oh my God, look." There it was, a tall flame hovering above a grave, just in front of the headstone. The driver of the car turned the headlights on and the flame instantly disappeared. He turned them off and it slowly came back. Couldn't believe what I was seeing, but the skeptic in me didn't want to be the butt of some practical joke, so I walked up to the cemetery to check it out. As I approached this flame, I could see that it was actually hovering. It was hovering about 6 inches off the ground. And it was a pretty tall flame, not short like a candle, more like a torch. As I got closer, it began to dim until it went out just as I walked up to the grave. I thought surely somebody set a torch of some kind, but nothing. I would have seen or heard somebody running off into the woods. The graves were all too small to hide behind. The grave was a large granite slab, so nothing could be buried on the ground. I could not come up with a logical explanation for the life of me. The other kids in the group were just as dumbfounded as I was. We weren't really terrified, we were more in awe and disbelief than anything. Never seen anything so bizarre in my life. That was so long ago. I was new to the area and I didn't know where I was, so I don't really remember where the cemetery was. But I think I have it located at using Google Earth, and I thought about going back one day with a video camera. Something different in my parents' house. My parents have lived in this same house for over 30 years. I lived here from age 6 to 17 when I moved to another city for college. After that, I graduated and started working there. I would come visit, but just a couple of times throughout the year. Now, about 10 years ago, I had a near-death experience. I almost drowned at the beach, and I had a sensory memory coming right back when I was about to drown. I could feel the memories as if I was inside of them. The one I still remember very vividly is the warmth and smell of my mother's lips when she kissed me on the nose when I was little. She used to kiss me like that whenever we were cuddling, or when she would kind of pick me up at school. I also remembered the touch of my father's warm hands whenever he touched my feet to wake me up, or how my closest friends and I hug each other so tight for so long. It felt amazing. I felt all of that and more. But I also felt something changed in me. I started to feel vibes in people. I cut people off my life entirely because I started to feel like they were not honest or good people, which turned out to be very accurate. In a party I attended, I met some of my sister-in-law's relatives, and one uncle in particular gave me a weird feeling. Couldn't explain it, but something about him didn't sit right with me. I only mentioned it to my mom as I was trying to figure it out as I told her. He gives me sexual assault vibes. He does something to his children, I'm sure. A couple months later, my sister-in-law told my mom that this uncle had problems with the whole family, and the siblings decided to take the kids away from him, but didn't press any charges. He had been molesting his own children since his wife left him. I also started feeling energies in places I had been before and places I'd never been to, but I felt that something weird was there and I just couldn't explain it. Now, a couple of months ago, I moved back to my parents' house because I bought a piece of land. I'm having my house built, but ever since I came back, I keep seeing these shadows at night passing by, peeking out the door. Sometimes from the corner of my eye, I get to see them. I'd never seen them until now. They seemed curious about me since I caught them watching me. I've also heard some noises, but just tapping on the wall or my desk or the door. Nothing else so far. A disembodied scream up my stairwell as a teen. I was talking to a friend about some old spooky stuff that happened to me living in my old family home. I thought that I would share this story. It's the only crazy paranormal thing that's happened to me, with witnesses to confirm that I'm not crazy. This happened back in 2008. I was a junior in high school hanging out with an old girlfriend of mine. Her friend at my house, and while the rest of my family flew out to Washington to visit family the previous night, I'm over in Michigan. The night was like any typical teenager hangout. We ordered pizza, played Guitar Hero, played some homemade spirit game thing with fire. You light the fire, ask the ghost a question. If the fire moves, it means blah blah blah. All dumb, profoundly normal things. For reference, we're all hanging out in the attic, which was my bedroom at the time. The staircase led right onto my living room, which had a bead door at the bottom of them. You can usually hear somebody coming through them to get up, but this shook all of us to our cores. We were well and done playing ghost games and playing Guitar Hero, when out of nowhere, during a break, a blood-curdling scream from a woman shrieked from the bottom of the stairwell. It almost sounded fake, like a corny movie scream, but loud and panicked screamed for sure, and sounded legit. We froze, heard nothing else. No beads, no footsteps, nothing. My house was old, so you often hear and felt people moving around in it, but there was nothing. I got the courage to charge the living room with a pocket knife after yelling that we were calling the cops. But to our surprise, there was yet again nothing. The doors and windows were locked. It was the middle of a particularly nasty Michigan snowstorm. There weren't any footprints outside the house. We all ran outside, went to the end of the short driveway, and looking in the window far from an intruder, and, well, called the police. They came, searched the entire house for us, and we all sat in my 90s Pontiac Grand Prix. After about an hour, they came back and found nobody hiding in the house, so after this, ran into the house, grabbed my essentials, my Xbox, my clothes, my phone, my wallet, my backpack, and drove to my best friend's house. I ended up crashing at his place for 3 months after that. I refused to sleep in that house until my family all got home from Washington. And to this day, I still have no freaking clue what that was. But it sends shivers down my spine thinking about that scream, even as an adult. Nothing else after that happened at the house. Nothing really happened before either. It was random as fuck. I also saw my friend's dead grandma through a window on 2 occasions, along with some other stuff. Does anyone know what could be happening in my house? I lived in a very old house for about 6 years. And in these 6 years, I've seen many things lurking around. For context, I live in a city where we're surrounded by neighbors, but my house was built around 100 years ago, long before there was a city around it. It was originally surrounded by farmland. There's been a lot of questions surrounding exactly when the house was built. The elderly woman that we had bought it from said it was built in 1908 exactly, 100 years before it was born. But we recently had it appraised, and we were told it was likely built in 1926. This was backed up when we found newspapers from the mid-1920s lining the 100-year-old windows while putting in new windows. Moving on to the paranormal part. Ever since we first moved in, I was 8. I'd been seeing things around the house, from people out of the corner of my eye to my name being called while home alone, to full face-to-face meetings with people who we never met. I had too many experiences to count, and I was always a child with an active imagination, but as I got older I began to realize it might not have been my imagination. I'm only going to be brief, 2 events, but if anybody wants to hear more from me, I'll go into more detail. 1. One night I was 9 or 10. Standing in my upstairs bathroom with the door open to the hallway, braiding my hair. I saw 2 gray figures walk past the open door into my parents' office, which was right next to the bathroom. Both my parents have light gray hoodies, so I assumed it was them, wanted to say something. I now forget what, but something stopped me. And it appears something stopped me. The 2 figures disappeared, and I realized I never heard the door open. I then heard my parents talking in the kitchen, and I realized they were both downstairs. I immediately ran downstairs, but didn't tell them what had happened. These 2 figures showed up multiple times, but none of them were as dramatic as the first time. When I was 11 or 12, every night at sunset, I'd be laying in my bed doing whatever, reading, playing games, but I would see an old lady standing at the edge of my bed just watching me. I was never threatened or scared by her, but she was just there. This went on for a few months and I thought nothing of it, which was weird because I'm usually easily freaked out by very small things. I told my mom about it and she told me about how her grandmother would visit her after she passed. She thought it might have been her looking after her great-granddaughter. Thought it was sweet and went on with my life. This soon stopped and everything went back to normal. About a year later, my mom found an old photo of one of the previous owners and showed me. It was the same woman I'd been seeing nearly daily for years before. If anybody wants to hear more about the experiences of the house, I'll gladly tell you. It's weird and an old house, hidden rooms, sound sightings, sleep paralysis, and strange perfumes are all things that have happened, and I'll gladly tell you about it if you like. Just want an explanation. Kiss marks appearing on things. A few months ago I noticed there appears a single kiss mark on the TV downstairs. Thought it was so weird because my mom and dad are obviously not doing it. My brother isn't either, and I didn't. My younger cousin is the one who mostly uses the downstairs TV. She isn't even tall enough to reach the TV. Thought it was so weird, but whatever, I ignored it. My cousin the other day came to me in the morning scared, saying that she saw something in the downstairs bathroom. I heard voices telling her to do things. She's 7, by the way, and I did think it was so weird, so I told her that she could kind of just shower in my room. My parents told her that she was probably having a nightmare. but they're super religious. So they did like some whole ritual screaming prayer thing. Screaming prayer? Apparently, okay. I'm used to it at this point. That night I was laying in bed and noticed a kiss mark on my mirror. I definitely didn't place it there. Mind you, this is out of character for anybody living there to do. I asked them all. They said they have no idea how it got there. Today I looked at the TV again. Noticed instead of there being one kiss mark, there's now multiples. I'm low-key just trying to ignore this, but this is creepy. I've always thought my house was haunted, but I've never seen actual signs. I've always had this theory that fear draws in spirits, and ever since I've started having an inclination to dark things and listening to metal and rock. My parents have been freaking out and saying that they've been having dreams about demons in my room. I think they're ridiculous, but now I'm wondering what if their fear drew in something. My friend said kiss marks aren't threatening, but it could just be my spirit guide. I'm not sure if I believe in spirit guides or not. Anybody have an idea? I will say that I don't think rock music is a sign of anything bad. Just my thought. I dreamt of my brother when he passed away. For context, this happened in 2013, so I was around 8 years old. My brother was 10 years older than me, so when he graduated high school, I was still in elementary school. My memory of him kind of fades as time goes by, but I still have some sweet memories of when I brought him apple slices after he got into a fight with my mom. I also remember seeing him and his friends in front of the school library near the 400-meter track when we did activities, ran to him and hugged him. I think in swimsuits. After he graduated, he went to the U.S. for college. We would sometimes get phone calls from him or FaceTime, but not much, and all I knew was that he was an American attending university. I would also brag about it to my friends like a proud sister, but I also miss him. And I would sometimes ask my parents when he would be returning. My parents would say that he'll be back during the holidays. I got so excited. Then a couple of days in a row, I had super vivid dreams that my brother came back with his luggage, and me running to the door to greet him. I remember that when he stepped into the house, the background behind him was only bright light, and I couldn't see our garden as I would usually see. I can remember the rest of the dream, but I think it was just it. I woke up, truly believed that my brother was home, went upstairs to his room to check if he was back, and he wasn't. Then in the afternoon, right after my multiple dreams after school, my parents got a phone call. My mom looked like she was holding back tears. Later in the evening, I remembered my dream, so I shared with my parents that dream about my brother coming back and asked when my brother was coming back. When my mom heard, she started bursting into tears, and my dad brought me aside and just told me not to talk about my brother around my mom. Days after, I didn't have any dreams about my brother coming back. Later, my dad eventually told me that my brother died, and they were informed by the police by phone of this news, and until now, they still won't let me know what happened to him, but only that he passed away. You deserve an understanding of how. It's horrible. I lived in a 200-year-old funeral home. I grew up in a funeral home. Okay, firstly, I'd like to say that if it's hard to believe anything I say on here, trust me, I understand. I've never felt believed while talking about this. When I was 11, me and my family moved into a huge 6-bedroom, 2-bath house. At the time, my mom was a very spiritual person and very into the supernatural. My dad, knowing this, willfully kept the fact that it was a funeral home for my mom, knowing damn well she would have no part living in a house of death. Well, about a year after living there, a priest in a wheelchair knocked on our door, asked if they could speak to one of my parents. My mom, being the only one home, happily invited him in. Since it was so long ago, I don't remember the whole conversation, but basically he informed her that our house used to be a funeral home. To no surprise, my mom was very concerned about this. So the priest, in what I assume was a way to relieve her concerns, offered to cleanse the house. The darkness and the hatred that was felt in that house was still messing with me today. That baptism woke something up and made it very angry. I don't know how to put this without sounding crazy, but basically me and my friends found a tombstone in the basement. This tombstone had a pillar inside of it that was connected to the living room, basically holding up the floor. The tombstone was upside down and broken at the top. It just had one word on it in broad letters and spelled "Wow." I thought nothing of it until I was like 15 and my mom died in that house on the living room floor. It occurred to me that the tombstone didn't say "wow," the tombstone said "fucking mom." I wanted to burn that house down. I know it's all a coincidence, but it is reality. I think I saw a ghost or a banshee at my old school. So a little bit of a backstory. I went to a special needs school for 9 years. One of the Tvind schools in Denmark. The buildings are all over 130 years old and has a lot of history, including tuberculosis treatment center. The basement was where the creative things were, like paint, stonecutters, tools, the library, and some other things. Also, I was a 13 or 14-year-old girl at the time. I was also very creative. I loved to go down there after school because I could hide there and be by myself. To get there, you have to walk through a very loud door. You go left 15 centimeters, and go through another door, glass door, and then through the last door. You could always hear it when somebody was coming down there, always. The person that was supposed to take care of me left. I was alone in the basement, in that room. I heard the door and everything close and them walking up the stairs. I then heard a whisper. I couldn't hear what was said, but it was a woman. The one that was taking care of me was a man, so it wasn't him. I looked to where I'd heard the whisper, and this is what I saw. A transparent woman in old-fashioned clothing. From what I could tell, it also looked like something was running down her face. When I think about it now, I think it was maybe blood. We made eye contact, and surprisingly I wasn't scared because I didn't think about it. It was normal to see things go down there. To hear things. I asked if she was okay. She screamed in a way I can't describe. It reminded me of a banshee scream or a wail. Then she disappeared. The weird thing is, my stepdad's father passed away a little over a week later. To this day, I have no idea what I saw or what I heard. I know banshees are not from Denmark, but that scream, it was odd and different, not like a normal scream. 21 now, and I'm still as confused as I was back then. My mom and I had the same dream last night. Last night I had a dream that I was at some fancy dinner-like place with my mom's father. I called him Poppy. All I remember from the dream is sitting next to him at the fancy table, and I believe we were exchanging drinks, like I had a Coca-Cola and a fancy wine glass and he had water, but it seemed like we were passing it to one another. He frequently bartended after retirement, and I always remember being so excited to ask for bar coke as a kid. So at first, I chalked the dream up to that. But then this morning, my mom started to tell me that she had a weird dream last night. I immediately spoke up and told her I had a dream about Poppy. She responded with, "Well, that's weird. I had a dream about Poppy too." I told her about how we were at some fancy dinner venue place. She said that her dream was exactly the same, except she was off doing something else at the dinner party rather than sitting with Poppy and I, which is kind of funny because I don't remember seeing her in my dream at all, which is kind of crazy that her and I had pretty much the same dream about her dad. My brother and I also had the same dream when we were kids. Also with Poppy in it, but before he passed away, it was about her grandparents' dog, Molly, and that Poppy had to take her to go get put down. One day a few years ago, my brother randomly told me about this dream and that it was weird to him because he felt like Molly wasn't really there for the next 2 weeks before she actually had to be put down. I was absolutely blown away that I had the same exact dream and feeling about Molly around the same time. Something just let me in my own house. Exactly what I just said. 2 years ago, my mom moved house. Nothing new, we've always moved around. And incidentally, I moved away also. But it's, still home when it's needed. I'm currently here on holiday, and I'm spending my nights in a caravan on the front lawn. Great little van. But I have to keep it locked along with any doors or gates at the house whenever I'm going out or anything because my area is chock-a-block with filthy little thieves. Anyhow, I'm quite dopey, and sometimes I forget things. So tonight, while my mom and stepfather were sound asleep, me being me, I went to grab some munchy food from inside. I opened the screen door only to realize the main door's locked, so I thought, fuck it, I'll just wait for breakfast. Start to walk back down the lawn, and I hear a noise that took me a second to process. The main door just opened. I turn back and I see a shadowy figure in the door. I think it's just Mom because the lights were off in the house. I walk up, open the screen, and start to walk in. I try to push the main door open a bit more, but it was like something or someone was behind it. Checked around the entire front area, then made a beeline for my parents' room where they were both still just laying there asleep. How the heck did my door just open? I'm not even lying, guys. Alrighty then. I checked around the entire front area, then made a beeline for my parents' room where they were both still just laying there asleep. There's absolutely nobody else in the house. And the wind we do get definitely isn't strong enough to open a locked door. What the fuck just opened my door for me? That's a weird serendipitous thing to be reading about. The dogs sat barking at me. When I initially tried to open the door, they stopped right before it went ahead and opened itself too. They still sat at the door, and they just started acting a little bit off after the door opened. My grandma died less than 10 years ago. Had many dreams of her, but she's only spoken once. For context, I was in my preteen stage when my grandma passed. I can recall every dream I've had about her after, and the fact that she never said anything to me until the very last dream. However, she always had a very distinct facial expression. The first dream I had was nearly right after she passed. I believe it was that very same night. She had passed in the early morning. This dream was themed on a Sunday. I know this because before she got emergency custody of me, she'd take me back home on Sundays after coming over that Friday. Got in the car, she didn't look at me or make eye contact, but she had this grim look on her face. No smile, which was very unusual for her. Second time with the door, stays open then. We drive up to a stop sign, make a right, and everything turns and fades into white. Standing around were many, many people, some of which I'd known from my childhood, but had already long away past. Some chatting here and there, but no distinct words I could hear, and then I wake up. The second dream isn't very necessary. Don't know where I was, but my grandpa and I were in this huge warehouse. The only time I saw her, she was laying on the ground, definitely dead. The third dream was years later. I was at their house, the very house she died in. I looked in the hallway and we saw her standing there with an angry look on her face. Also seemed to be disappointed. This is strange because of the time I had gotten bad into drugs, and also got diagnosed with alcoholism. I was 15, by the way, so I didn't even know somebody that young could be diagnosed with something of that sort, but it happened. She hated drugs because of my dad and uncle, believed it was sinful, and rightfully so. The fourth dream was after I got clean off the drugs. I was happy, got a job, finally cut off the people I needed out of my life, and this dream consisted of her and I sitting on the couch. We had the TV tray out in front of us, which was a normal occurrence. She finally looked happy. The only thing she said to me was, "You'll never see me again," with a smile on her face. After that, I woke up, and sure enough, I've never had a dream of her since. Some would say it's a weird coincidence, but I'm sure there's much more to it. At least that's what I'd like to believe. Things keep disappearing. So, I have a bad case of apparent black hole in my apartment. Started with knives back when I moved in, had a full set of knives, and one of them would disappear in the span of months within each other. I ended up having to buy more, and now those are disappearing again. If I can recall correctly, let's say a total of 7 or 8 knives have gone missing. Then it was a whole bag of pastries. I put the bag on the table, went out for an hour with my roomie, and when I came back they were gone. I mean the whole bag. I also have some spoons gone. Whole cans of tuna, and as of yesterday, 1 apple of 2 I bought. I found out about the apple because my cat dropped them, but I could only find one and search the whole area and it was gone. No one else but me, my roomie, and my parents have accused the apartment. My parents live almost 400 kilometers away. For the cutlery, I may or may not have threw them away, but the trash on accident, I can't explain the pastries or the apple. There's probably a lot of other stuff missing I'm not remembering, but I'm not noticing. But it's been going on for years now, and I wanted to share. The visitors who came to get my grandma. Yesterday, my grandma, who I'm very close to, passed away. She had multiple major strokes in a single night and was suffering a major brain bleed. Doctors said 75% of her brain was damaged and she wouldn't wake up again. We made the decision to end life support as we knew she wouldn't want to be kept alive as a vegetable past her time. I'd always heard stories of people dying and loved ones sitting up before passing or saying the names of those that had died before, or even just opening up their eyes and throwing their arms up. Since my grandma's brain activity was so limited, I knew there would be no such signs. No matter how much I knew, they'd comfort me. The ICU door for my grandma's room was very heavy and had to unlatch it. It stayed closed all day, and yesterday, to give us some privacy with her. I struggled every time I had to open it, as to really push it down to unlatch it. We were all sitting in a room waiting for the final shoe to drop when the door unlatched and opened. It opened up a good ways pretty quickly. Not as it had been shoved, but more like somebody was just opening it. We waited for a nurse to come inside, but nobody was there. Got up, closed the door, making sure to push it hard into place. About 5 minutes later, we heard the hard sound of a door unlatching, and it swung open again with controlled quickness, stopping just short of slamming into a table. This time, we left it open. The doctors were expecting her to survive at least a few days after ending life support, but she died not an hour later after the door opened. At the end, she wasn't in pain, and she passed as if falling asleep. My mom and I are happy knowing that she had people to walk her home. Ghost trees disappearance. I was in the village, and I was spending time with my granny. I basically was there because my mom sent me there to get some rest. Street when she leaves is just the road, if you can call it a road, with private houses along it. There was a house where in front of it was 2 perfectly symmetrical trees. This trees was about 10 meters high. was looking like tree poles that were uprooted from the earth. There's no leaves and even branches on it. Top of this trees was like the bottom of an average uprooted tree. Roots was on top of it. They both was almost black. I believe they was like dried up. Maybe it was pine trees. It was cutted, but how they managed to dry so much. If that way it was cutted decades ago. Also, why is there such enormous trees? It was not an half-abandoned wild village in the middle of nowhere. It was just small settlement in town a couple of kilometers from normal town. At some point when I visited my grandma again, there was no trees, but not even a land without grass on spots where there was, or something. Of course, no one knows nothing what trees I was talking about. I remember there was a photo of little me with this trees in the background. Exact same trees, not as pine trees, but that identical black dead pillars. But guess what? I can't find it. There's a bunch of black and white photos of my grandmother's fathers and other relatives with that trees in the background. Not as pine trees, but that identical black dead fucking pillars. And guess what? I know they were there. I can feel when my mom is being targeted by black magic. To be honest, I didn't believe in the paranormal stuff before, but now I'm not sure anymore. My mom's ex has been doing black magic to her. I don't know what you call it, really. She has screenshots of him talking about it, and my mom show a person that does magic too. And she told her that, well, she had something like a cursed and a dead person was following her. To me, all that sounds crazy, but the thing I feel is every time my mom feels it. Other than misfortune, my mom can get sick and gets a really bad backache. She says that she feels like it's burning. She's gone to the doctor and she's 100% healthy. I always told her that it was in her mind. But one day I was visiting her and she told me she was feeling it. So I walked to her and started giving her a massage while she was sitting down. A few seconds later, I start to feel a rage that I've never felt in my life. Then I started crying and having a panic attack. And in my mind, I thought it was maybe my head playing tricks on me, but after that, every time my mom feels the burning in her back, I feel a tingle in the top of my head. Like my head is freezing and a wave of sadness comes and I start crying. No matter how far we are, every time I feel it, I call her or text her and ask if she's feeling it, and every time I'm correct. I don't know what to do. Guess I just wanted to tell somebody and get it off my chest. I had a panic attack a few minutes ago because of it. My mom was, of course, feeling it too, and my life's been kind of messed up lately, and I don't know, it's just my bad luck or something. Maybe something's actually messing with me, just tired of it. Also, when I was a kid, I remember seeing something and feeling weird stuff, and my mom got some people from church to spray holy water around the house. Thought it was just my kid's imagination. I don't know if I should believe my head anymore. That's a weird one. Someone else was there. This isn't my story, but my dad's. But I feel it is worthwhile telling it here. My dad was a builder. He was contracted to the local council to carry out works on council buildings. This is in the UK, and this also includes homes and flats. My dad was told his place of work would be in a flat building, with multiple rooms, 3 levels. Homes and flats like these, or when nobody lived in them at the time, they're called voids. The building's just empty rooms. When this happens, the council put big heavy metal doors on the building to prevent thieves from getting in. You need a set of keys provided by the council. To get ahead of myself, my dad wanted to see the scale of work that he would be undertaking, rather than going up there completely under-equipped and unprepared. So my dad opens up and takes a look around. 4 rooms on the ground floor, same on the second, third all connected by a staircase which had a central shaft through the middle. You could see right to the ceiling on the 3rd floor. Stairs have metal bars for railings. Big job, but achievable in a few days. Got the whole place, replaster a few walls, and a repaint job. My dad goes to lock up, but he feels someone behind him. This, I am told, is not uncommon. Local people see builders go into empty buildings and they want to see what they can take. So naturally, my dad turns around. "Mate, you're gonna have to leave. I'm locking up." But he said it to no one. No one was around him or had been in the building. Thinking this is just an odd sensation, he thought nothing else about it, locked up, went home. My dad told my mom what had happened, but it was more of a passing remark, like, "Oh, this happened today, weird, huh?" Nothing else was said. Anyway, the weekend passes, and my dad and his friend Martin go back up to do the job on Monday. Begin opening up and proceeding with the work. A local resident walks up and asks them how things are going, which both agree it's going well, and some other small talk. He changes the subject. "It's a shame what happened in there, isn't it?" Both my dad and his working friend were confused. "A shame? What's a shame?" "Poor girl came home from school a few months ago and saw her dad hanging, tied himself up to the railing and jumped." My dad, of course, was now scared and felt that familiar shiver go up him. He didn't tell the local guy what he had felt, but he told his friend. Martin refused to go into the building alone, and they both agreed that they would always leave the central door open to make sure there was an exit if needed. My dad would be the first to tell me, he doesn't really believe in ghosts. And would also sort of say he's never seen a ghost. But he did say this was the oddest experience he's ever had, and still cannot explain it. The Baker Boy. When my mother was a little girl, she spent her early years in a remote area of Mexico. No electricity, no running water, and definitely no air conditioning. But due to so many people all living in one small house, it wasn't uncommon for her and a few others of her siblings to fall on the porch, or fall asleep on the porch. Yeah, you heard that right, and they slept on pallets outside. She recalls it was actually much cooler some nights on the porch than it was in the house. The porch had a screen that my grandfather installed, and he also built their house by his own hand. The closest neighbor was miles away, so from my understanding, the house was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Now this is where the ghost story begins. My mom and 3 of her other siblings were the lucky ones who got to sleep outside every night. They never had any problems or fears until the night the Baker Boy began to come around. A small child with golden curls dressed in white baking attire, wearing a mask that was like a skinned pig. He would walk in circles around the house reciting a certain phrase that my mom never really understood because it wasn't in Spanish or English. At first they were scared, but over time they grew to appreciate his presence. It was almost as if he were walking around the house to protect them from whatever fate had maybe happened to him. They never knew who he was or if he was even real, just that they would all see him. My grandpa never believed them, assumed they were making it up to come inside the house, but they swore they weren't. It wasn't until over time an outline of his path began to show up around the house. Needless to say, they didn't stay in that house much longer and moved before they eventually made it into the States. The strangest part is that before my grandpa died, he told my mom he had finally seen him, the blonde boy with the pig mask. Ghosts I would communicate with in my old house. When I was younger, about 4 or 5, I would talk to ghosts. I was only told this by my parents recently. They told me that I'd always talk to a man that stood in the front of my bedroom window, and when asked who I was talking to, I would reply with George. Obviously, as I was only 4 or 5 at the time, I have no memory of what I would be talking about, but we lived next to an old man called Mr. Todd, who my parents were close to. My mom ended up asking who lived in the house before us, and surely enough, he replied with George. When my mom asked if he has anything to do with the bedroom window, as that's where I would always talk to him, Mr. Todd said that he would always spend his time at the window just looking out of it, and that's how he would spend most of his days. I've been told that I was a very weird child growing up, and that story isn't the only ghost I would talk to. As my parents describe it, I'd always talk to a man up on the top wardrobe. Unfortunately, I haven't been told much about this one, as it's always overshadowed by the George story. I would also go on about having a past life, and how I would bring up my other family. I have a feeling that I had a past life in the time frame of World War I or II. My reasoning is that my older brother, 7 years older, told me that one day I started singing an old war song, word for word, which neither my parents or brother had ever heard before. Being a believer of past lives, I find it fascinating as I've had my own experience of it, yet frustrating that I was so young that my memory of it is all limited. Heard a voice speak to me while on the phone with my girlfriend. This happened a few months ago, but I still remember vividly what happened. On September 7th, I was alone in my room at around 1:30 a.m. on a phone call with my girlfriend. I was the only one awake in the house at the time. Me and her sleep together on the phone, so we call each other every night and still do to this day. We were talking as usual, and obviously nothing was scary or eerie. I had my lights off in my room, so the light was my phone right in front of me. Our room's pitch black with the light off as I expected, so it wasn't scary for me. But that's not what spooked me. As she's telling me about her day at work, I hear a very low voice saying something coming from where my door is, but very quietly to the point where it was almost a whisper. I couldn't make out any words, but I could tell it was a speech. Told my girlfriend to be quiet for a second so I could listen. First, I thought it was my brother, whose room's right next to mine, but he was already asleep, and he does the same routine to go to bed every day. He uses the restroom outside our room, so turns into the hallway, turns the light on, closes the room to his door, and turns off his light. And this happened an hour before I heard his voice. His voice is not that deep, he's 15 years old. And since he hangs out with his friends over Discord, I know what his voice sounds like. I know it even through the walls and the pitch. This was not him. I could hear it clearly as if he was standing in my room right past the door. But I couldn't see anything, so I used my phone flashlight and tried to see what was out there without getting by to bed. After looking around a few minutes, I decided it was time for bed, told my girlfriend that we should just go to sleep. I woke up the next morning as usual, and nothing scary has happened since. Skeptic Mother's Paranormal Experience. So yesterday, my mom told me a story about something that's happened to her at work. My mom's always been a huge skeptic, as I have been myself, but this has properly freaked us both out as we can't explain it. I'm curious to see what others think. My mom works at a pharmacy as a dispenser. She has a colleague that she talks to every day who's also a skeptic, but has an interest in the paranormal. She told my mom a story about how she went to visit a graveyard and visited a loved one with one of her friends. They were the only ones in the graveyard, but they heard a female humming. They assumed it was somebody crouching behind a grave tending to it and had a look around. They eventually came to a grave where the sound appeared to be coming from, but nobody was there. They checked their phones and other devices, and nothing. A little freaked out, they went to the pub nearby and had some food. As they were chatting, they both went silent at the same time and froze as they could hear the humming again. They carried on eating and eventually parted to go home. Later that night, my mom's colleague got a call from her friend who was hysterical. She cried down on the phone and she just heard the humming in her house. Mom's colleague calmed her down and reassured her that there was nothing and she was probably just hearing things. After putting the phone down, she went upstairs to bed pretty late, and she heard the humming in her bedroom. My mom, upon being told this, wasn't that amazed as she just brushed it off as a story, being the skeptic she is. She left the room, walked down the long hallway leading to the top of the stairs, and she says she heard a faint humming right behind her. Different notes, but only lasting 2 or 3 seconds. She turned around to laugh at her colleague, thinking she was, taking the mick, but nobody was there. Her colleague was still in the room on the other end of the hallway, too far away to be heard, and nobody else was on the floor with them. There's no PA system or any kind of speakers. I've never seen my mom so freaked out before. She's a very straight-laced person, really. And always tries to debunk anything paranormal. Can't think of anything else either. What do you guys think? See ya. Greetings from the dark side. Paranormal M welcomes you to a world where reality meets the inexplicable. Don't miss out on a hair-raising tale. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to stay informed. Happy haunting. Ask Reddit 1. While I've had several experiences that I would chalk up as particularly questionable in terms of paranormal stuff, the earliest I can remember was from when I was a little kid, maybe 7 or 8. My dad and I were driving back from his friend's house. My ma and brothers had gone home earlier in her car. It was around midnight, late as fuck for a kid to be awake. But Dad wanted to stay late and talk tech with his nerd friends. I was very adamant about going home with my dad because of his car. I loved riding the back seat of his Saab. All that soft, comfy leather, all to myself. No brothers to fight for space, so I was amped sitting in the back middle seat like I was controlling a spaceship, just flying down this dark stretch of forest road in Maryland. My understanding of speed wasn't very keen, but from memory I think we were probably doing around 50 maybe. Out of nowhere, and I mean like poof, nowhere, this bright white deer pops into view. First time, as far as I can remember, I heard my dad say fuck. There was no time to brake. My dad floored it, which I later learned is what you're supposed to do because science. Instead of launching the deer and us crashing in a fiery wreck, we went through it. It was like slow motion. We went through it and it passed through the car. I watched it pass through the hood, dashboard, then through me. It felt weird, too. Like warm and cold at the same time. Kinda weird. So we passed through it, my dad pulls over. After making sure I'm alright and making sure we both saw what we saw, he gets out and runs back with his flashlight. There isn't any sign of it ever being there. No blood, no deer bits. Not even a scratch on the spaceship. But we did both see it. We talked about it the whole drive home. We never came to any real conclusion as to what it was, really. Ask Reddit 2. Finally, I've been waiting for one of these for forever. My family has roots in witchcraft. My great-grandmother was a witch in deep Mexico. I don't know what kind, but my grandmother refuses to talk about it. We know she had a very interesting life, from owning monkeys and owls to my great-grandfather being a shark and whale hunter. Mind you, this is before commercial hunting started wiping out the population. I digress. She was very, very particular in the time I knew her. She refused to step in churches, pray, or even look at crosses. My grandmother and mother say it's because of her witchcraft. When my great-grandmother was dying at age 99, my grandmother tended to her for almost a year, doing nothing but waiting on her 24/7 at home, during which time my great-grandmother suffered horribly from burning fevers of over 107. She also had horrific black sores, and the feeling of internal fire, as she described it. My mother says God was punishing her for her sins on earth. Fast forward, my great-grandmother passes one night. When my grandmother finds her, she finds a crow in the room standing on her mother's bed. Mind you, this is in Mexico. The windows are kept shut and barred, doors locked and bolted due to crime. The crow looked at her and cawed, then flew out the doorway over my grandmother's head. My grandmother flipped, throwing holy water around the whole house and drawing salt lines at doorways. At my great-grandmother's funeral, her casket was placed in a mausoleum, with the grave in the center 8 feet deep, base layer of fresh concrete, and the casket was lowered onto it. Then another 5 feet of fresh cement were laid on top of the casket, sealing her forever. I assume it's to prevent whatever evil spirit she may produce to ever leave, and perhaps commit what she had done again. I have plenty of stories such as this from my life if anybody interested, but I'll reply to my comment later with them. Ask Reddit 3. When I was around 12 or 13, we lived on a horse farm. It was in this big house on top of a hill in Cherokee County, Georgia. Highest hill in the area. Great view, too, but I always felt uneasy in the house. Like there was a weird vibe or something. Walking down the halls at night or going to the basement, even in my own room, there was always this unsettling feeling. One evening, my parents and I were getting ready to go out for Mexican food. We were almost to the car when my mother realized she forgot the TV was on in the master bedroom on the top floor. House is 2 stories, with a large basement and a garage come out at the side of the hill as well. They sent the young one with the fresh legs to run up to the 2 flights of stairs to turn it off while they waited in the car. The moment I turned off the TV, this loud, evil-sounding laughter broke out and echoed through the whole house. It was a male voice, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere. It's like the walls were resonating with this evil laugh. All the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up while chills and tingles shot up and down my spine. I ran out of the room and down the stairs so fast I must have only touched 2 steps on the way down, shot out of the bottom door like a damn bullet. My parents asked me what the hell was wrong, as I had gone white as a sheet and I'd come flying out of the door practically on the tips of my toes. I was running so fast. They, of course, didn't believe me at first. However, a few years later, my mother admitted that she, too, always felt uneasy in the house. After speaking with the previous owners and the builders of the house, the original owner was a contractor and built the house himself, we found out that they had experienced some strange and spooky things, too, like a male voice screaming from the basement, and large, sturdy shelves suddenly and violently crashing down off the wall of the basement. We're not sure what the full story is on that hill or why there seemed to be so much negative energy permeating that house. But I used to walk around the surrounding woods a whole lot, and more than once did I come across burial mounds in the woods. So, it's possible that being the highest hill in the immediate area, perhaps some prominent Cherokee was buried there at some point, and perhaps the home had disturbed that. I'll likely never know, but I'll never forget that house. Still creeps me out over 20 years later. Ask Reddit 4. Used to live in a haunted house, a farmhouse. No joke. I've had a couple of experiences, but I'm gonna tell 2 of them because they're short. The first one was when I woke up, went down the stairs, got some breakfast, went up to our sunroom. It overlooked a small garden. There was this man I'd never seen before that was digging some holes and putting flowers into the garden. Nothing odd. I waved at him, he waved at me, and I continued on eating. I had finished my food when I walked into our kitchen. Mind you, it's a straight line from the sunroom. I walked up, walked my bowl in the sink, came back probably a total of 15 seconds. That's when I came back to the guy, gone, like he was never even there. I asked my grandmother and parents about the man, but they have no idea what I'm talking about. They said there was no guy. That one was probably not so bad, though. So it was a short one, but my most recent was when I was asleep. I felt this figure watching me. thought it might have been my parents. I thought thought it would be funny to scare them, so I decided that I would jump up and grab them. I waited for the right moment and grabbed, but when I looked up, there was nothing there. My hand started to tingle with pins and needles, and it traveled down my arm to my shoulder. Then an outline of a boy appeared. He looked young, around 5 feet. He had no distinct details and was completely see-through. He had this light glow and just sat there. Finally, I let go of the pins and needles in my arm, and it dispersed immediately, and his outline just vanished. That was the first time I've had contact with a ghost. I've always caught a glimpse of them, like seeing them in mirrors or seeing a figure out of the corner of my eye, then turning and not being there. My sister and mother have the same things to different degrees, though. It's not uncommon, but that one was something that none of us had done before. Oh yeah, and my sister has this ghost lady that watched over her that appears every so often. Changes the lights in the room that she's in. I'll have small conversations with her that's been going on since she was a baby. She hates me. Well, those are some of mine. Believe them if you want. Is believing in ghosts just wishful thinking? There's a famous quote that goes, "In the beginning, man created God." And I get it. The darkness is scary. I mean them, not me. I feel alive after the sun goes down. I rather like the darkness. But the darkness I'm actually referring to is death, not just the absence of light. The idea that we're all alone, that this is it, is truly frightening. Religion tries to make sense of that and create order from chaos. It comforts people believing if they follow the rules, there's an afterlife waiting for them. And if they don't follow the rules, even though it's described as unpleasant, there's still an afterlife waiting for them. Bring sunscreen. I've had experiences in my life that led me to believe that there is something else. I can't say scientifically they were ghosts, but I can't say it wasn't either. But the logical part of my brain says it wasn't. There has to be another explanation. When my grandfather died, my father's pocket watch stopped at the exact time of his death. Can't really explain that. My maternal grandmother once went to a seance where details about a neighbor's death from years prior were revealed. And it was just so out of context at the time it freaked her out a little bit. The problem for me is, like with religion, all we really have is faith that it exists. It can't really be quantified or qualified. There are no peer-reviewed studies offering proof. I like to think that since time appears to be circular, with the past, present, and future existing at the same time in space-time, that even if you do die, you still have immortality somewhere else in the timeline. I've even wondered if it's possible that when you die, your consciousness just goes back to a previous point on your timeline, like a replay for eternity. Or maybe you jump to a different version of our universe, and that's why we've done things like deja vu. But I'm more on the skeptical side of things now. I used to love books by people like Hans Holzer. I met Lorraine Warren years ago, and I was into all of it. But now I want to go spend the night at Amityville House, or room 1408 if they have one anywhere, or room 217, or anywhere else that has some kind of reputation, just to see, or visit Dudleytown. It's in my state after all. And the reason being, even if something bad happens, it's proof of something supernatural, right? There's another option nobody considered. What if ghosts are real but have nothing to do with us? What if they're another form of life existing at the same time in the same place as us, but maybe on a different dimension? The old farmhouse. So yesterday I was on my way back home with truck parts that I'd picked up and did what I do a lot of times. opened up my map on my iPhone, started checking the countryside roads for any cemeteries I wasn't aware of. I go to them and I walk through and record audio and video for my own record. I located one on a narrow side road. I went to the area, and when I got there, I discovered that it was private property. It would be a 10-minute walk through the field to get to it. And not wanting to upset the property owner or get in trouble for trespassing, went to a house that was next door by a long gravel lane. As I got closer to the house, it was obvious that it was no longer lived in. It was a huge 2-story farmhouse, and in its day, it was probably quite beautiful, I'm sure. I decided, though, to go ahead and knock on the door. I've seen people live in worse conditions and wanted to at least make an effort to knock on the door. Not gonna lie, though, this place was unkept and had a pretty creepy appearance, tattered curtains and all. Few windows had also been broken into. I opened the screen door and knocked on the door. It swung open, and that's when I knocked, and it exposed that the house appeared to have been quickly moved out some years ago, full of furniture, clothing laying on the floor. Kitchen was visible down the hall from the front door, and you could see the table was still there. I decided to step into the threshold of the doorway and started recording with my iPhone. I yelled out, "Hello?" several times, knowing that there was no one living there. Within about 45 seconds of stepping in, I was full-on hit with the front of my body with an air so cold that it was like stepping outside in the winter night. It was very cold air. Now, the outside temperature was about 60 degrees. It had been warm for several days. The house was not cold when I stepped in, but this cold air that hit me started to slowly move up my lower legs. Now, as this took place, my lower left leg just above the ankle began to feel as if I was being eaten up by fire ants, but there were no fire ants. I asked out loud, "If you're doing that to me, please stop, because it hurts." And after asking several times and explaining that I was not there to do anything to the house or property within it, the burning stopped. But that very cold air remained. I made my intentions very clear, never moved further into the house. I asked the usual questions, panned to my left and to my right, capturing each room off to my sides and the staircase that was directly in front of me. Just as I stated that I was going to leave and would be maybe coming back someday, I observed with the naked eye a misty apparition cross in front of me from left to right. It was also captured on my iPhone. I was by myself. I wasn't smoking. There's no fog or mist outside or somehow coming into the house. The house sits about 900 feet from the roadway, and the door doesn't face the road, so it was not a reflection from a car, and there's no other houses close by. The feeling that accompanied this dark and ominous and definitely didn't feel friendly or welcoming. I've been to many cemeteries and other places over the years and have never witnessed anything like this. I am somewhat skeptical nobody's trying. Well, I always try to debunk it, anything that I can. And this one has me speechless. I'll definitely be locating the owner and attempting to get permission for an investigation. My father's home, where this all started. This past week has been one for which I would prefer to forget. Christmas was the worst one for me ever in my life, and I'll never be forgotten. I grew up without having a close relationship with my father, and I didn't get to see a lot of him because of his job. At age 10, he and my mother divorced, and further damage was done to the relationship. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. I started to see more of him and we began to get closer. By age 18 or 19, we were taking off to go on hunting trips and fishing, and I discovered that Mom had not always been truthful about my dad. Now, several years prior to the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse, and at a very good price. My father remodeled the whole house over the years, and it was nice. but there was always this feeling that something was not quite right. I would get the creeps as a child, and I'd never stepped foot in the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Some years later, though, I discovered why they got it at such a good price. The elderly couple that sold it had lost their son. He had been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, he was like a lot of vets from the war era. Apparently, things became too much for the poor guy, and he went to the cellar and shot himself with a rifle. About 2 years ago, me and my dad had sort of a falling out and hadn't spoken during this time. This was stupidity on both of our parts. I've been trying to get up the nerve to stop and knock on the door, but part of his trouble was at his age he was having some mental issues. Didn't always remember who people were and had a history of meeting people at the door with a gun. So I'd been putting it off. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to man up and go knock on the door to put an end to the madness. Now, he had remarried in 1989 and had a daughter, my half-sister, and this plays a major role in this situation. But there was no closeness between I and them, although I'd always liked my stepmom and thought she was a good person. As I drove back the lane to the house, something felt way off. It was heavy and oppressively dark. Thought it was just my nerves. When the house came into full view, I had a bad feeling. There were no cars there. Everybody looked pretty much abandoned. When I went up to the door, there was no noise or response, and when I knocked on the door, I felt as if somebody was watching me. Walked around to the kitchen patio door, and when I looked inside, my stomach fell out of me. It was empty, and the interior was gutted. I was able to get in the house, and I was taking video with my iPhone to document the conditions. It was at this point that I knew my father was gone, and by gone I mean he had passed away. I could hear a voice telling me, "He's gone, you're too late." And admittedly, I was feeling totally devastated and out of it. I went through the entire house until I reached the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would have never went into that cellar, especially when I was there alone and absolutely nobody I knew was there. But I felt like something was pulling at me to walk down those steps into the darkness. There was no power on in the house, and I had no flashlight with me, just the one on my phone. So I started down the steps, not feeling any fear at the moment, not until I reached the cellar and turned to my left. I was then hit so hard it felt as if I had to gasp for air just to get anything into my lungs. The level of fear went from 0 to 10 instantly. On my phone screen, I could see several bright orbs coming at me. They stopped directly in front of me for several seconds, then turned and went back the way they came from. But after that, it was solid orbs and anomalies swarming all around me. Now, there were no windows or doors, no fans, and it was colder in there than it was outside, which was about 30 degrees. It had been way cold for weeks. I could hear whispers, and at one point talking that was loud enough I thought somebody had walked into the house. I confronted what I'd suspected was in that cellar for all these years, and I was met with very loud slams and bangs. Upon going back upstairs, the slams and banging continued. I told it that it wasn't afraid, or I wasn't, and that I'd be back. After going back outside, a vehicle pulled in. Come to find out, it was the new owner. He had just taken possession of the house December 8th from my stepmom. Come to find out, though, that this kind of stranger, my dad, had passed away several months ago. He died of an evil that needs to be abolished. Cancer. My stepmom had told nobody. My aunts didn't even know that he had passed away. Nobody in the family knew. She placed the house for sale after selling his '57 Ford and gun collection and apparently everything else. My half-sister were gone into the wind, and listing the realtor said that the seller refused to have a sale sign placed on the property. I believe that's, what's in the house that harassed my father for years and influenced many things and may have influenced her actions as well. Since I was at the house, things have begun to occur in my home more than usual, so I'm documenting everything. 3 years ago, I was told by 2 different psychics that I had an attachment, and then I had picked it up from a childhood home, and that they felt it had influenced or attempted to influence somebody to take their own life. They were obviously 100% correct. Sleep paralysis story. 23-year-old male. Hey everybody. Today I decided to share my story and experience with sleep paralysis I had some years ago. 2017 or 18, not sure exactly. So basically it had started way before this, when I was around 8 or 9. The first time I had sleep paralysis, it was an apartment I was living in where I had fallen asleep during the day after school to rest. It was a bunk bed because I could see weird stories about these, and anyways, I suddenly opened my eyes and in front of me, I see clearly a woman dressed as a nurse holding a goddamn syringe. She was looking straight in the eyes and she sprayed the syringe around a bit, and then I woke up. I was terrified to death, but yeah. Anyways, a while after that I kept having random scary dreams, but not any paralysis. However, back in 2017 or 18, not sure of the year exactly, I started experiencing sleep paralysis again. It started with somebody breathing close to my face and then somebody hovering above me during the night. Then I kept seeing small kids entering my apartment and all the weirdest shit you can imagine. And let me emphasize that this kind of been going on for 20 days to a month. Basically, whenever I'm going to fall asleep, I knew I'd have sleep paralysis. I was kind of prepared for it. One night I remember I had it, and then I woke up and I was so tired that I fell asleep and then had it again, twice in a goddamn night. Anyways, I was looking around trying to find a way to get rid of it. It was tiring and exhausting me, and then I came upon a video of this Islamic preacher. I'm a Muslim, by the way, however, all the prayers to that point before sleeping somehow didn't help me. And this guy simply said this: whenever you experience, tripped over myself. Whenever you experience sleep paralysis, usually it wakes you up around 2 or 3 o'clock. Simply wake up, clean yourself, we call it wudu, and wait for the morning prayer and just pray. Background story why the prayer. We Muslims believe jinns attack us at night and cause sleep paralysis. They do not like prayer and whatever's related to it. So basically, the day I heard this, I went to sleep, and of course, once again as expected, the lovely jinn woke me up. Got up, did wudu, and waited for like an hour or 2 for the morning prayer. Funny thing was, I went into the bathroom and a damn shower head fell down by itself without me touching it, and it broke. Believe me or not, I know it sounds damn weird. Anyways, I prayed and fell asleep. It's been a couple of years now. No sleep paralysis until now. Had some weird dreams, but they're nothing compared to sleep paralysis. Those who experience or experienced sleep paralysis know. I wanted to share this because I've only told my family members about this, and I'm not sure really if all of them believe me. But hey, let this be here. Maybe some of you have sleep paralysis stories as well. This is a true story. Before incident, our family consists of me, my mom, and my stepfather. We moved to a different state from Hyderabad to Vijayawada. Vijayawada. Hyderabad to Vijayawada. We're going with that. They're both located in India. I was 11 years old at the time and we were doing pretty good financially, but I had to move back to Hyderabad back again. During or time of moving back, our parents were arranging transport. I was sent to my grandma's house so I wouldn't get in their way. During the process of transporting, arranging everything into a truck, My mom noticed weird noises coming from her house, so she went upstairs to check. While she was looking, she noticed a bright white light figure sitting in a chair on our balcony. So she took out a phone and started recording it. There is a recording of this, but I currently don't have it. We'll post it here as I managed to find it. The ghostly figure immediately disappeared. She told about this incident to my father, who immediately denied it, saying it's just her imagination. My mom then showed the video she recorded, and then he couldn't believe his eyes, but he was still a bit skeptical as he doesn't believe in ghosts. They came to Hyderabad and moved into a really nice penthouse, lived there happily for 3 years. Incident. We had to move house again due to being financially unstable. My father found out about a villa that was available for rent. And up to that point, I've never lived in a villa, so I was pretty excited about it. We went to check the house, and it was pretty decent to look at for the most part, except for the pates. We decided to move in anyway. Things were pretty okay for the first 2 weeks, and one day my mom's watering the plants in our backyard. Our neighbor noticed my mom and started pretty casual conversation, you would say. And during it, our neighborhood asks my mom, our neighbor, "Is everything all right in the house?" To which my mom replied, "Yeah, actually, we love this house." Then her neighbor lady asks my mom if there's any weird activities going on in her house. My mom, which she was a bit surprised, asks why. Then the lady says that she notices weird noises coming from out of the room that's faced towards her house. She says that our backyard light just randomly flickering and turning on and off despite being empty for over a year. The lady says the reason previous tenants relocated the house was due to some paranormal activity that happened in our house. My mom was surprised to learn this, but she didn't discuss about this with me nor my dad. A few days later, I started hearing footsteps in our attic. Objects randomly falling off the top shelf for no reason, and I remember one time our dog just randomly barking at empty stairs. She got so spooked that her hair stood up. A few days later, one evening, I was chilling in my room, going through social media, and then suddenly, my room door suddenly shut so loud and fast that I got a mini heart attack. At first, I thought it was my mom being a regular old angry Asian woman that was mad at me for not studying. So I opened the door and went to check in her room. She wasn't inside. I searched the entire house, but she wasn't at home at all. I knew the only other place at that time that she could be. Went outside to find my mom, where I've seen her feeding street dogs at the end of our street. So I go up to her and I ask why she was mad. Then she said, "Why? Why would I be angry at you for no reason?" Then I asked why she slammed the door so hard, which she replied she wasn't at home for an hour. Then I heard that I was terrified. Then I explained what happened, to which she replied, saying it's just wind. Couldn't convince her. I didn't want it to go back into my house. Things from here got really chaotic. A few days later, our sinks in the bathroom just randomly collapsed. The very next day, our backyard window was broken to tiny pieces despite no wind at all that day. I started noticing weird sounds of crying woman coming out of our upper hall. Plates in our kitchen would randomly fall from shelf and make huge noise. Started to notice that there was like a million cockroaches in our house. They were all over the house. Sometimes the house would smell like dead dogs. Ew. From here, my dad started noticing that things are not well in our house. Really? He started noticing the paranormal activities that are going on. One day, he reported saying that he saw a shadowy figure. A shadowy figure in our dining room. One day, my mom returned home from her job. That day, I noticed huge screams downstairs. So I explained to my mom what I'm experiencing every day and what I heard that day. But she was pretty tired that day, and she denied, saying it's just in my head. While I'm trying to convince her, we heard a huge glass break noise upstairs. As soon as we heard that, there was a power outage only in our house. Me and my mom ran outside to find that the power outage only happened in her home. The glass break sound was so loud that it was like the glass broke on top of our heads. My mom was really scared and my dog was shivering. Then I made up my mind to check inside. My mom was begging for me not to check, but I went in anyway as it had already been 30 minutes. I searched for the torchlight and found her lying around in the cabinet, and I made my way upstairs to check if any of our windows or mirrors were broken. There was nothing. I couldn't find anything. I went downstairs to check on my mom and report to her that I found nothing, and my mom was terrified. We waited outside for our father. We came home from his job, and we explained everything on what happened, and he immediately sent me and my mom to our grandma's house, and, well, after a few days, both parents started their search for a new house. After a few days, we shifted into a place, and to this day, the paranormal activities didn't stop. But they're not as bad as what happened in our previous house. A few days after we relocated to the new place, our dog had passed away. There's still some paranormal activities happening to us, such as randomly hearing our names being called or kitchen utensils randomly falling down in front of our eyes. Strange energy here. Starting to fear staying in this new apartment for any longer. Ever since I moved, everything's been going good and fine. Especially because we left this other apartment which was filled with terrible and dark demonic energy. Now I'm starting to think that it's back, and its energy found its way back to us. It's sad because it feels very much real and is generally hard to avoid and get rid of. I've been trying to avoid a few people I've known from the past from coming over, but I couldn't, since they're not my people, nor do I have any say in this. These are my mother's friends, and I've been warning her and reminding her about how badly affected we'll be again, based on past events and experiences. Lately and recently, I've been seeing black shadows. They're constantly moving around at random. Been seeing doors in the house randomly opening and closing, and this has nothing to do with the wind. I've been constantly looking around as if there's someone in the house or someone near me, even though I'm completely alone. Just me and my mother living here. Found a few things that I had immediately thrown away. A tooth while I was cleaning. And no, this doesn't belong to anybody in the household. Especially with its shape and size. Nobody else knows or has a missing tooth either, I checked. Besides that, this tooth was never there to begin with ever since I moved in, since I've always been cleaning and rearranging furniture anyway. More and more cats appearing in front of me in my doorway. They're not even scared, they just sit there and watch me with no reaction. It freaks me out. Strangers appearing in front of the doorway in the apartment, constantly staring and running away, hiding whenever they catch me finding them. Plates, cups, and other random items falling apart and breaking at random times even without them having slipped, which again, I find very strange. The other day, a ceramic player broke without it being moved or touched. A huge crack, and that's it. It's worse when things just start falling all over the house anyhow. Even with the pipes in the sewer department, the explosion of water and so on. It scares me too at how aggressive it gets. Hearing an otherworldly scream after using a Ouija board. This happened to me and my siblings when we were very young, but the memory is very vivid. This was the most intense paranormal experience I've had in my life, and just wanted to get it out there. To start, the house we lived in at the time was definitely haunted. My sister told me much later on that she would hear someone walking up the stairs, and then a shadowy figure would stand in her doorway. I heard the steps back then, but I'd always assumed it was just her walking around. She didn't tell me too much later, as she didn't want to scare me. The house was very creepy at night. I always felt a profound sense of being watched whenever I'd go past certain spots. It was completely different when I would go back home to my mom's house. I wasn't afraid of the dark, and I would still get up at night to go to the bathroom. But it always felt very scary to do so, and I would hurry as fast as possible. On to the actual story. I was 10, big sister 13, and little brother 8. I begged my older sister to let us play with a little Ouija board keychain toy that she had. I was fascinated by ghosts and the supernatural. I wasn't scared of ghosts at all, and in fact, I loved them a lot and I only thought they were kind of interesting. It took a lot of convincing, but eventually she agreed to play with the board. We all sat down at the kitchen table and my sister and I put our fingers on the planchette and asked if anybody was there, to which it almost immediately said yes. We spent some time arguing that the other was definitely moving and, well, just asking some benign questions. I don't remember. After a bit, we started getting scared, so we said, let's stop. The planchette immediately and harshly moved to no, and we instantly pulled our hands back. As soon as we did, we all hear this horrible screeching or scream, one that did not sound human at all. We each described it a bit differently, but we all heard it all at once. We ran so fast to the other room that we all sat huddled on the couch for a long time. Finally, I asked if anybody else heard that, to which they all nodded. We stayed that way for hours, till my dad came home. He didn't tell me about it, and nothing really came of it. Or rather, we didn't tell him. But it was so terrifying that to this day, recalling it gives me the chills. Something was in the woods tonight. I'm not sure what it was. I feel creeped out even typing this. I'm staying at my friend's house in Tennessee over winter break, and tonight I helped her feed the neighbor's dogs because they're out of town. Her house is in a somewhat rural area. There's clusters of homes kind of spread across fields, forest, and lake areas. All very beautiful and lots of wildlife. Anyways, it's about 9 p.m. and it's way past sunset. It's quite dark. We're walking the short distance from the neighbor's house back to hers. We're on a road, but directly next to us is a small woods sloping into a lake. I'm a little bit nervous about it, so I make a joke like, that forest is kind of creeping me out. Imagine if there was a Skinwalker in there. My friend said it's bad luck to type it out or say it aloud. I don't know if, well, till after this event, and I'm not taking chances. She laughs and gobbles like a turkey loudly into the forest. I jokingly said something like, don't do that, it'll attract one. And not even 5 seconds later, we hear an identical gobble back to us from the forest. It was definitely not an echo, and there's no light in there, no paths, and it was very cold, like 30 degrees. Can't imagine anybody would be there. I just remember saying, oh my god, and then sprinting as fast as I could back to the house. I don't think I've ever ran so fast or so meaningfully. I didn't turn back, and I was so out of breath. My friend thought the whole thing was funny, but it was so freaky. Why does anybody know what this was? Or rather, I think they mean, does anybody know what this was? Maybe it was just a turkey or somebody trying to be funny. Brand new house, inexplicable things started happening. We built our house brand new about 3.5 years ago. We are the original owners and there haven't been any deaths within the house, human or animal. Most of the things that have happened we either chose to completely ignore or explain. Recently, things have been escalating to where we can't really explain and are wondering what could possibly cause this. About a year into living here, we would hear knocking on our bedroom or closet windows. Our cameras didn't catch anything, but we said it's probably the wind or bushes. Then hats started falling off of the hangers on the wall. We attributed that to it probably being them becoming loose on the hangers or maybe even the air conditioning, but we couldn't prove either. We recently had a baby instead of a monitor that has audio and visual capabilities along with recording and playback. Occurrence 1. While the baby and we were sleeping, we woke up to a loud knocking through a monitor. To shave and a haircut. What? We called the cops and our neighbors who have cameras pointed that way. They said they heard it too. Their dogs started barking and we caught nothing on cameras. All we have is a sound recording of it as well. The cops searched the entire area and didn't find a thing. We just tried to tell ourselves it was some kids in the neighborhood that somehow didn't set off any cameras. Occurrence 2. While the baby was sleeping in her crib around 11:30 p.m., I was sleeping in my bed and my husband was watching a movie on the couch and he heard the bedroom door to our daughter's room open. We heard the handle, the squeak of the door opening, the squeak of the door closing, and then the click of the door lock. He woke me up, we searched the whole house, we couldn't find anything. All we have is a loud recording from her baby monitor. Most recent. Yesterday, around 11 p.m., 11:30, we again heard somebody knocking on the window to shave and a haircut. What? At this point, we set up enough cameras that we wouldn't have any blind spots. We couldn't catch anything. What could possibly explain this as a new house? We don't dabble with Ouija boards or anything of the sort. We just want to know where we can begin to research and begin to explain this. Shave and a haircut. Something saying shave and a haircut, or you're hearing someone shaving and cutting their hair. All of that's crazy. Doppelganger encounter. I was 11 years old, and I was in 6th grade when this happened. So in my school, we used to water some plants around our building every afternoon before going home. We had to get those 1-liter containers. We had to go to the garden in grade 5 building and go to the water pump. We have to individually go back and forth 3 to 5 times before having tasks done. As me and my classmates were lined up, I told my friend I'll get more containers, just so I can finish up faster. I went back to our building, and as I was picking up containers, I saw my friend come also. We were the only ones there, so I asked her if she wanted to get containers too. But she was just silent. She continued to walk up the stairs and into our classroom. I tried to follow her up, but stopped in the middle of the stairs since I remembered I have to do some watering. When I came back to the garden, I was surprised to see my friend, the same one I just saw in our building, so I said, "Hey, you got here really fast." Her face had this confused look. She replied to me that she never went out of line. I told her what happened, but she just laughed. I didn't really press the topic anymore since I don't like being pushy. To this day, I'm still wondering what could have happened to me if I followed that doppelganger into our classroom. Haunted apartment. So back when I was around 14 to 17 years old, I was living with my aunt in an apartment, and our neighbors told us that there was a murder in the apartment next to us. A drug addict killed his wife due to jealousy, and him getting killed by the wife's family. When we moved in there's a bunch of stuff happening at night, like the door getting knocked or rattled from being forced entry or something. And we actually have a gate, so every time we check the windows, there's no one there. When we learned the backstory of the apartment, I kind of got scared, and there's always a glimpse of a white shadow of a woman passing through the tables or walls. She's a kind of ghost or spirit, though. Doesn't scare me, but does like to scare my friends when they mock her. We call her Best Friend. When my aunt got the apartment to be blessed by a priest, she may have accepted us a bit. We always do an offering for her, lighting a candle and foods, and sometimes we get blessings. And the too terrifying experience I had was when I woke up around 3 a.m. because I heard a crash around my wardrobe. I immediately got up, went to my aunt's room, and I remember my aunt waking up wearing all black, asking me what I was doing. To which I replied, "I'm scared." Then she got up, went straight to the bathroom. I kind of calmed down and didn't wait for my aunt to come back, so I went in my room, took my phone out of the charger and put it next to me. Then I slept. So when lunch came, I told her what happened, and she said I don't remember that happening. Told me she was wearing a blue shirt and pink shorts, not all black. She joked that maybe I was dreaming, but I wasn't, because if I did, then my phone should have still been charging. Still creeps me out when I remember it. And the second time is when it was raining and the power supply went out. It was an early afternoon. I was playing on my laptop. Aunt called me into her room and told me to pull out my refrigerator's plug. As I got outside of her room, the door to the dirty kitchen was open and I saw a black shadow of a man, and all I felt was terror. I actually screamed, cried, and went back inside the room yelling, there's a man, repeatedly. When my aunt checked, there was nothing in the dirty kitchen and no other entry other than the dining room, so it really scared the crap out of me. Either those spirits really liked to scare me because I was young and a scaredy cat, or were those like evil ones, I don't know. And ever since I learned to ignore them because my aunt told me the more they see I'm scared, the more they'll show themselves. Has anyone else experienced this? For some context, I'm an adult now, and this is one of my many stories I have that can borderline on paranormal. Given after many years, I had thought about the things I experienced and finally came to a conclusion that there was no possible explanation except for paranormal activity of some form. When I was a kid, I had a heavy imagination. Probably no thanks to my mother, who would tell me stories of fae that lived in the mushrooms and in small nooks and crannies in our trailer. For reference, we live in South Georgia. When I was about 5 years old and started having some memory, I remember playing with a little girl with dishwater blonde hair and almost had a purple coat. She had pants and a hat on. She had a smile that always made me feel safe and happy as a kid. Around the times I saw her, she appeared to be my age. It was very unsettling because I'd always see her, but I would never see her mom or anybody else when neighborhood people would show up. It was like she disappeared. There was one instance I was thinking about this morning, scrolling through this community. This instance happened right before I began school, kindergarten. She gave me a green mint. My mom was worried when I was eating the mint because she didn't know who gave it to me, and she didn't believe me that Kyler came up to the door and gave it to me. Instead, she thought a stranger did. When school started, I was excited and I saw Kyler in my class. But when the first day of school ended, she took my hand and she told me I was the best friend she ever had, and she thanked me. When I blinked, she was gone, and there were other kids asking me who I was talking to. Nobody saw or even knew of a Kyler in my kindergarten class. I can't find any stories in my hometown that may have implied she existed at all. Has anyone else experienced this? How did it make you feel? An entity followed me from my friend's house. In my mid-20s, I had a job that I had to travel 50 weeks a year for. I loved it. OTW to Noonan, Georgia once. Stopped at a friend's house for a visit because I hadn't seen them in years. This particular friend had a very alternative lifestyle, dibbled and dabbled into a lot of things. While at their house, I was very uncomfortable. I've always been in tune with my spirit, and it was kind of in an uproar in this house. Couldn't even sit down. I stood the entire time and made up an excuse as to why I had to leave earlier than planned. That night I got settled into my hotel room, began to doze with the TV on, which I rarely do. And as I'm dozing, I can tell I'm not alone. I look to the foot of my bed and I see a dark figure, tall, lanky, with long fingers that come to a point. Scaring the shit out of myself just recalling this. The figure begins to pace in front of the bed, dragging those long fingers across the comforter as it paces. It was teasing me. I couldn't move. Felt like sleep paralysis, but while I could talk, I couldn't move. Suddenly, it crouched down as if it were going to pounce on me. Closed my eyes as I felt something jump onto the bed. Began to pray aloud, and something told me to call out my friend's name. I did and told him that he couldn't have my soul. I just knew to say that. Continued to pray, got still, quiet. Opened my eyes and it was gone. I can't explain it, but something within me knew it came from my friend's house. I had an incident with the same friend years later that confirmed it. That's a crazy story as well. I don't know what it was, but it never came back. Sleep paralysis, or something more serious. This has been happening to me often, but yesterday was the scariest it happened. It's called sleep paralysis. When you just fall asleep, and you suddenly feel like something's attacking you physically while you're asleep. But you cannot move, you cannot scream for help. You're aware of everything that's happening, and from my experience, the best way to get out of it is to focus on trying to move even a finger. It'll break the paralysis, and you will regain control over your body, woken up in the middle of the night in total shock of what just happened. But yesterday, it happened. The worst time it's happened to me. I literally saw 3 shadowy figures looking straight at me like they were examining me. When it was happening, I remembered that exact moment and the amount of fear I was in knowing what was happening, but I couldn't do anything about it. I did eventually wake up after a few seconds, but I was in absolute shock. I can still remember the figures till now, and I'm genuinely scared of sleeping. Not sure why this is happening, as never in my life have I previously encountered such instances. Very, very strange, nevertheless, and I can almost guarantee you those figures were real. Honestly, one of the scariest moments of my life. The rock ladies of my childhood. As of now, I'm a 17-year-old male, and I've been seeking answers for a lot of unexplainable things. But one sticks out to me in particular from the first few years of my life. I know this Reddit is superb for consulting others to find answers on these sorts of subjects. I don't remember much in my early years, which is fairly normal, but I have vivid memories of being watched and scared by who I called the rock ladies. I'll provide a detailed description, but the fact that I remember them so clearly still freaks me out. I know they weren't all in my little child noggin, because I could see and feel them. One of them was, assuming the best I can, about 6'7". The other was about 5'6". They had little to no body fat whatsoever. They were both white with flesh and bones resembling that of a flying squirrel on their arms. The flesh connecting from their arms to their chest was almost ripped and tattered. They would try to talk with me, but I never understood. By that age, I spoke sentences well on my own, so I knew that what they were speaking was not English. I can't describe what it sounded like, and nor do I wish to remember. The most prominent things, though, were the plethora of rocks lodged into their skin. They had little to no hair and eyes that bulged out, plus the smile of a chain smoker. Chain smokers have particular smiles. Anyway, but the rocks were the freakiest part. They varied in size, and the women were absolutely covered in them. Never did I see them with any clothes on either. In my childhood home, my room was a corridor across from my parents', and I can vividly recall trying to get through the corridor at night to sleep with them because the rock ladies were freaking me out. They'd scare me deliberately, and when I would sleep on my parents' floor, they would stand over me and just watch. They went away around sunrise every morning. They stopped appearing to me when I was around 4.5. Haven't seen them again, but it haunts me like crazy. I'm a total magnet for weird shit to go down. I've seen and experienced things I wish I could experience, but all I wish I've been able to let go of. Even if they were objectively far, far, far scarier than the ladies. I have no ideas nor answers. They only touched me a few times, but the feeling I could describe was feeling like where they touched, it would feel like ragged wood was being probed against me. They also had far more joints than the average person and could extend parts of their hands and necks. That's all of the information about them that I can recall. Keep in mind, I had an entirely healthy childhood up until that point and had never seen or heard anything of the sort. If there were any ideas, I would be over the moon to hear them out. This has been haunting me for over a decade, and I'm positive it'll continue until I get some answers. Who's there? When I was about 6 or so in the early 90s, I shared a room with my younger brother, who would have been 4 at this time. For a clearer picture, we had a detachable bunk bed. During this time, they were detached, and one bed was at one wall of the room and the other across it. There was a space about 5 feet in between. There was a window right by the foot of my bed that was covered by light curtains that dimmed the moonlight in, just enough to be able to see object silhouettes. One night, well into the night, while everybody had long gone to bed, I woke to hear my brother whimpering. I thought to myself, let's get up and see what's wrong with my brother. Just as my muscles were contracting as I made the move to get up, I looked ahead and I saw a figure sit up at the foot of my bed. As they were on my bed, I could see the silhouette of a man with short hair, and he whispered, "Who is this?" Laid there completely frozen in fear, breathing as silently and slowly as I could to not alert this figure of my presence. I remember being soaked in sweat and not blinking till the sun came up. For some reason I felt ashamed to tell my parents about this. By this time I was already obsessed with horror movies, so I thought they would blame this on the movies and prohibit me to watch them. I did eventually tell them, but my mom said I needed to pray. The next situation took place in the same room. My mom asked me as a teenager if I remember telling her about the man with no legs. She said that maybe a year before the other incident, I told her that I'd seen an old man with long white hair sitting on my bed. The man was missing his legs from the knee down. She said I told her that the man spoke to me, but I don't recall what he said. At this time, we had an uncle and his family living with us. His daughter was about 5 or 6 at the time, and they were using my old bedroom where the other incidents had taken place. My mom was a little spooked by what she told me next. She said that my aunt, my 5-year-old cousin's mom, told her that my cousin saw an old man with long hair and no legs sitting on the bed. She also mentioned that the man spoke to her, but I don't remember what they said or what the man said. It's freaked me out a bit. I hadn't spoken to my family about this for years, but I want to bring it back up to get more details. One last incident. When I was in my early teens, we still had the bunk bed. That was the one I mentioned in the first story. But this time it was put together, one on top of the other, and I slept on the top one. I went to my room and climbed up to my bed to lay down and chill one evening. I was probably laying for about 20 minutes, but I was fully alert as to it being early evening and the whole household was up in different areas of the house. During this time, I was hearing the sheets of the bottom bed move around. I was also hearing the old mattress spring squeaking. I just assumed my brother had decided to join me in my chilling activities by laying down. Eventually, my mom calls from the kitchen that dinner's ready. I jumped out of the top bunk and I was going to say something to my brother, probably challenging him to a race to the kitchen, when I noticed that his is empty. I was terrified. Who the hell had been tossing and turning in his bed while I was laying on the top one? I asked him non-threateningly or suspiciously if he'd been in the room. He said no. He sat on the couch watching TV. I'll never know what that was. I'm an atheist and I don't believe in supernatural entities, but it's really eerie, some of what's happened in that room. Especially the old man with no legs, and the coincidence between my cousin and I. I just chalk it up to a young and hyperactive imagination. That helps me not lose sleep. But what do you think? Is it possible to see the ghost of a living person? I think I may have seen one. When I was 11 or 12, I was staying at my friend's house for the night. I was sleeping in their spare room adjacent to the stairs. As a kid, I used to sleep with the door open, so I left the door open as usual and went to the bed that night. There was light bleeding from their living and lounge from their TV, so the stairway opposite my room was dimly lit, not completely dark, and I could still make out color and detail of the wall pictures. Maybe about an hour later, after laying in bed facing the wall as I usually did, I turned around and I saw what at the time I thought was my friend's mother standing on the middle stairs. I could only see her upper torso. She was staring at me with a completely emotionless and blank expression. I could make out the clothes she was wearing, the direction her hair was angled, and everything in pretty good detail considering the lighting. She was staring at me directly in the eyes, and I was staring back mainly because I felt really uneasy, considering I was a child sleeping in bed and didn't want to take my eyes off her in case something happened. After about 10 minutes, I decided to get up and go see what she wanted. It was only about 6 feet from the door, my room, that's where she was standing. By the time I got to the top of the stairs, and she had just gone, literally like she just demanifested into thin air before my eyes. I never took my eyes off her except to blink. Confused, I went downstairs to see if she was there, and she was watching TV in the lounge with her husband. So I went back to bed. About an hour later, I woke up feeling the same uneasiness. I look out of the door and she's there again, and this event repeated itself. After this one, I fell asleep until the morning, though. Knocking on the front door. I've never experienced anything like this, and I've seen a lot over the years. This is freaking me out a bit. So on Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, around 2 a.m. or so, I heard 3 loud, heavy knocks on the front door. Dogs didn't bark, and my little one barks at everything. Shot up out of bed and looked around through the windows. Didn't see anything. Cue to last night, around 2 a.m. or so, heard 3 more heavy, loud knocks at the front door. This time it was loud enough for my niece and her boyfriend to hear, almost like it was right next to their room. They shot up, went out of their bedroom door, and did a property check. No one was there, no one was walking down the street, nothing. This is the second time within 3 days. The next time will be Tuesday into Wednesday night, if I were keeping it within the 3-day mark. We have the door and windows lined with salt, and have protection symbols under the doormats and the doors themselves. Did I mention we've seen some shit before? We take all the precautions. I did think it might be the pipes or a rodent, but the boyfriend ruled both out as he said it was too loud to be either one. We're getting a Ring camera and other security cameras in the near future, and in the meantime, this is freaking me out and I'm getting a bad vibe off it. I mean a really nasty vibe. My instinct tells me that this is not a human doing this, a rodent, or even pipes. But what do y'all think? Also, we haven't had any issues in this house at all since I moved here 4 years ago. Any advice would be great. Ghost or imaginary friend. We moved about 4 months ago into a temporary place while we built our forever home. Jealous. This is an older single-wide trailer, probably the 1980s, that had been updated inside. It's cheaper, so helps with building expenses. Anyways, my son's room is on one end of the trailer and ours is on the other. We frequently go to the bathroom throughout the night next to his room. Several times now, we've went to use the restroom and heard my son giggling and talking to himself. That's in complete darkness, by himself. Sometimes you can hear what he's saying. That tickles, you're funny, etc. Now, my significant other says he heard him around 3 or 4 a.m. most times, and I've heard him around 5 or 6. My son stays with my ex-husband half the week. We have 50-50 custody. When my son isn't here, we also heard things from his room. My significant other has heard giggles and muffled talking. Toys randomly come on. However, we always find logical reasons to dismiss it. We live next to a 24-hour gas station about 20 yards from my son's window. Figure it's people talking over there. Plus, we have 2 cats, and they may sneak into his room and knock toys on. That being said, this morning my son told me that there's a boy in his room and he tickles him. Totally has me freaked. Backstory on my son. He's 5 years old and is diagnosed with autism. He was nonverbal until last year. We do struggle with complex conversations, so asking him to describe what he sees just doesn't work well yet. He's a very happy, loving child, and since moving he seems to be acting the same. Just these issues at night when he's awake, which is causing him to be sleepy during the day. So, ghost, imaginary friend, just hoping somebody has a similar situation. Our home is kind of projected to be done in September, so we'll be here for several more months. And I will be here tomorrow night. See ya. Welcome, truth seekers, to Paranormal M, where we unravel the mysteries that lurk in the shadows. Subscribe and turn on notifications to be part of our community of curious minds. Let's explore the unknown together. My experience with a haunted house. When I was a kid, we moved to this old house out in the country. The house had a basement and an attic. In the basement, there was pentagrams painted on the walls. I was always creeped out with the basement and remembering seeing glowing eyes in the hole of the ceiling of the basement. One time while in my room, I was doing my homework with my headphones on. I felt a hand hit my hair. I saw my ponytail swing from one side to the other from the corner of my eyes, and then my chair started shaking violently. There was no one in my room, and I couldn't explain how that happened. I was 13 at the time, and it scared the shit out of me. I didn't tell my parents because they're Jehovah's Witnesses. They would freak out and make me pray and read the Bible. Another incident happened while I was at home alone. Both my parents were at work at the time, and I was in the bathroom brushing my hair. That's when I heard my stepdad's voice very clearly say, "Hi, I'm home." I heard the footsteps and his keys rattling and the back door slamming shut. I think my stepdad was home. Came out of the bathroom responding to what I thought was my stepdad. At first, I thought maybe he was hiding from me, so I started looking around the house for him. When I looked out of the window, I saw that the gate was still closed and no cars were parked outside in our driveway. And the back door was still locked. I got freaked out. But I said in a loud voice, "I must be going crazy," thinking that if I ignored it, it wouldn't bother me. I used to see black figures in the corners of my eyes, and when I would turn to look directly at it, it wouldn't be really anything there at all. I used to hear a man's voice saying my name in a loud whisper in my ears. I've even heard the same voice saying my name while I was at work before nobody came around me. My sister one time was running in my room late at night scared, wanting to sleep in my bed because she said she saw a ghost. She said the ghost was of a woman wearing a light-colored dress and was just pointing at her in the doorway of her room, and it vanished. Years after we moved from that house, I would have recurring dreams of that house, and it would always be about ghosts and weird stuff. I don't know what that's about, but that house was pretty creepy to live in. The intercom in my room talks to me, but is disconnected. So I'm a college student, an 18-year-old female, and all the residential areas on campus have a different name: Highland, Park, Historic, and North. I chose to live in the Historic District because it was the one with the most greenery. It was close to all of my classes, and my brother stayed in the same dorm when he went to my uni. I lived on floor 3 of 3 at my dorm, and I noticed something really odd shortly after moving in. There's an intercom right on the wall at the foot of my bed. I inquired about it at the front desk, asking if it was hooked to the desk or campus security, anything like that. The desk assistant had no clue what I was talking about and directed me to the most popular RA in the building. I asked him about the intercom, and he told me the story as follows. Back in the day, the rooms had intercoms that went to the basement. Not sure why the basement, but the basements of the historic dorms are closed after somebody unalived themselves in the back in the day. There's also rumors that they connected to a bomb shelter at the campus, but I don't know. I was aware of the bomb shelters, so we have staircases that lead down at random spots all over campus. One just outside and to the right of my dorm. You can even hear the pressure release from them about every half hour or so. But this intercom thing spooked me, so I chose to ignore it. My roommate and I had pretty opposite schedules, so we were rarely in the room together. Weird stuff would happen to us, though. I'd be working at my desk and I'd hear a woman go, "Hello?" Who I'd assume was my roommate or friend from down the hall. But I'd turn around and nobody was there. My closet's about 2 feet from the intercom, and sometimes I'd hear the doorknob turn. It's all good stuff in this dorm, everything creaks. My roommate would text me asking if I forgot my keys and was knocking on the door, which obviously I wasn't. There was even a time where we were both in the room and a huge bang hit the door, right next to the intercom. We freaked out and looked through the peephole, but saw no one. We slowly opened the door to look down the hall, and because we're in the center, there isn't anywhere to run. But no one would be there. My roommate broke her leg a month into the school year and had to drop out, leaving me on my own. These weird occurrences would happen, so I spent a lot of time in my friend's room, only ever sleeping in mine. Eventually, we migrated to hanging out in my room, but my friends would always comment about how bad the energy was. It seemed to subside after a bit, but there are still some days I walk in and it's absolutely draining in there. There have been instances where my boyfriend and I are about to fall asleep and he'll say, "What do you mean?" And I'll ask confused what he's talking about and he'll go, "Didn't you just say?" Some weird clicking, almost like a telegraph, started coming from the intercom around October. I asked the RA about it, and he assured me the intercom was disconnected. I started making more friends, meaning I wasn't in more rooms in my building, and the more I spent time elsewhere, the more I realized my room is the only room with an intercom. I have a picture of it, and I'll try to attach it in the comments or something. But even as I write this, I have an uneasy feeling like I shouldn't be saying this. Ready to tell it. My dad died on Halloween. I lost my dad just a couple of weeks ago, and I had all of these. Just 2 weeks before his passing, I visited him, and we had a big family get-together with dinner. My dad and I had a difficult relationship in some ways because he liked to keep pretty isolated. Maybe I didn't visit enough. I'm not sure of which now, but anyway, at this visit, he had gotten a haircut and a shave, and he looked healthier and more presentable than he had in the last 2 years. I sort of just brought a dish I was sure he'd have nothing to do with. He ate with me and said how delicious it was. I put on the Eagles and we sang "Take It Easy." At the end of the night, he let me hug and kiss him goodbye, which he has never done in his life, and I told my dad I was moving to the coast to be near the ocean. He asked if he could come see me when I got there, as he'd never been to the ocean. I promised he could, despite my shock at the idea he would even come, and we spent time dreaming of how wonderful it was going to be when he came. Afterward, my husband said it was the best visit we'd ever had with Dad, and it was. I was really looking forward to seeing him on his birthday, November 2nd, not knowing I wouldn't get the chance to ever see him again, losing him 2 days beforehand. Later in the week, my husband and I went for a walk. He asked why I cared so much to research my family tree. I told him how a couple years back I'd finally done my dad's tree and all the things I learned, including the very interesting story I shared with my husband about how my simple father is actually a talented musician. I literally sang the only song I ever remember him writing as we walked. It was about one of the last prisoners executed at Don Jail, who I'm pretty sure Dad named me after. It's a sad song about the father of the prisoner attending and mourning his son's hanging. My husband got very quiet and noted how unusually deep and somber the conversation had turned. I agreed, but it felt right to talk about it at the time. 1 week later, my daughter said that my dad had tried to call her, but she was unavailable. I don't think he's ever tried to call her before, so I tried to call him back, but his number came up out of service. I have no explanation for how this occurred within 30 minutes of him calling my daughter. I had a bad feeling. Tried to call my mom, who was his ex-wife, but he was still good friends with and lived close by, but no answer. Told myself to let it go and to stop worrying. Early Halloween morning, my husband was up late as usual, working out some papers at a local cafe. I woke up at 12:24 and called him anxious, asked where he was, and when he'd be back. He accused me of behaving strangely and said he was where he always was when, he'd be back soon. I awoke again at 1:50 a.m. after what could be described as a panic. I called him again to discover he was downstairs in our house. I was disoriented and he accused me again of acting very weird. I wrote it off and went to sleep, barely remembering anything of it by the morning, and this has never happened. The following day I had scheduled off work for an appointment, which turned out to be very lucky, because I was still in bed instead of being at my desk 90 minutes away where I normally would have been when my brother called and told me Dad had died the night before. I left quickly with my husband to go to where Dad and my family live. In the car, I started crying. My husband gently asked what I was thinking about, and I said, "When I woke up, I called you last night, and I can already tell you that's when he went." And I was right. We got there and learned Dad died at 12:25 a.m. Halloween morning. My mom divorced my dad over 30 years ago. He never did divorce her and never loved another. He should have died on his apartment floor alone, but she came to visit him that afternoon and insisted on bringing him to the hospital after seeing he was unwell. He was admitted and stabilized after a pretty long arrhythmia. She told him that she loved him and she would let us know he was in the hospital and that she would visit in the morning. That wily old bird passed away just a couple of minutes after the love of his life left his bedside, and I'm certain that was deliberate. For the next several days, Take It Easy played on a continuous loop in my head. Thought I was going insane and I couldn't make it stop. After the funeral, after my eulogy at the end to which I played Take It Easy, it finally did. I spent the days asking for a sign from Dad that he was okay. I now believe this endless repetitive music in my head was his goodbye to me. Still gonna move next to the ocean. Dad, and when I do, I'll promise I'll take you with me. Woman in Black Mystery. I need help identifying an event that I cannot find any information on. 20 years ago, I was sleeping beside my husband and I woke up. As I was turning over, I looked over my husband's shoulder and I saw a woman standing in the bedroom doorway staring at my husband intently with curiosity. She then began moving toward him. She had no idea I was watching her. When she began walking toward him, I got angry and I was going to launch myself over him and tackle her. But she was too far away and I was concerned I would wake my husband up, maybe causing me to hurt him. Instead, I turned over, got out of bed, went around the bed, and by the time I got to the other end of the bed, she was gone and just vanished. This was no common intruder. She was approximately 5 feet tall, very slim, but with a definite female figure, around 100 pounds. She was not clothed, but looked like a solid silhouette, or as if head to toe in a skin-tight black bodysuit. She didn't have hair on her silhouette. Why can I describe her so well? First, she was less than 12 feet from me. Secondly, this was not the first time seeing the paranormal. It's no shock or fear. But although I do not mind paranormal encounters, I don't let them come near my husband. Can anybody give me any hints what she was? She seemed solid. I could not see through her for any details in the hall, and she was darker than the surrounding night. but it might have been moonlight, and we have skylights in the living room downstairs. When she realized I saw her, she stopped, felt surprised. And yeah, I am also empathic. So if someone or something has a strong emotion, I feel it, even animals. I found information on shadow men, but this is a woman, not a shadow, and not sinister. Found information on men in black, but she's not wearing a suit or a shite shirt. Think she meant white. I can find no reference on this at all. Anyone have a similar event? And no, I was not dreaming, I was fully awake. Can someone help me figure out if my doll is haunted? And if so, how to deal with it? I like to go charity shopping a lot. You can find amazing things there for even better prices. And in my most recent shop, I found a really cute doll. I saw it and knew I wanted it as it was so cute. For context, I've always been 50-50 when believing in the supernatural. I've always been fond of the concept, especially in horror-related media. I've also kind of always understood the possibility and how it came to be. I also understood how it's unlikely, too. But since I've got this doll, I've noticed whistling from behind me whenever the doll's been in the same room, and despite being in the back bedroom and not often hearing stuff from the streets. I play it off as someone outside whistling. I have audio processing issues and often have a hard time navigating where sound is coming from. I'm bringing this up now as something else has happened. I was showering, and I usually leave the door slightly open if I'm home alone, as my dogs always find some way to misbehave. And that way I can keep a better eye on them. My dogs started barking uncontrollably, and I thought it was someone outside. I couldn't stop them from barking, and my father was planning on ordering me food, so I ended my shower and checked the door. When I got out, I noticed my dog nervously barking at my bedroom door, where my doll is being kept, until I go to my mother's. I decided to go into my room and check it out. Usually my dogs willingly run into my room and get comfy on my bed or chew what they can find, but they wouldn't. They both stood there barking. I'm well aware that animals are deemed to be a lot more sensitive toward the supernatural and aware of my dog's behavior enough to know that this is unusual. That's why I made this post. I'm looking for advice or answers. If it's somehow haunted, I want to keep it and understand it unless it's an unkind entity. An encounter we'll never forget. I live in Louisiana. It was about 2 years ago in mid-November. Me age 14 at the time, my younger sibling age 12, and my younger cousin age 13. We were all hanging out over the weekend. My mother had hit a tree earlier that week down our driveway. We asked him to show us. It was probably 9:30 p.m. I grabbed my phone and we all walk out the door. We're walking down the hill as he was telling us about how our mother had hit the tree from being intoxicated about a week ago. Our cousin was showing us what tree she hit and the story that she had told them. He pauses and everything appears silent. No crickets, frogs, ambitious, nothing. Our phone batteries drain and our lights turn off. My phone's at 20%. However, it didn't die, it just powered itself off. My sisters, which were at 30%, were now dead, and my cousin didn't have a phone at the time, but he had a flashlight, which the batteries were now dead in. We all look at each other dead in the eyes, only being able to see each other from the moonlight illuminating our faces. We look away into the forest. Then we hear the screeches and something coming at us on all fours. They book it in the dark as I fumble to turn my light on, and so a few moments later I'm running up a hill as I hear heavy panting, occasional screeches as this creature is picking up its speed. They claimed to just hear screeches the whole way that night, but we all made it back unharmed. We were all out of breath and we were all alive, and I'm now 16 and we still wonder and talk about what we encountered that day. Needless to say, we don't go outside after dark anymore. Here's a little background information. My cousins live out in the woods with wolves, coyotes, and about 7 dogs at the time that had roamed the woods around that time. so it wasn't unusual to hear things like this. However, well, this thing I'm assuming was a creature was much larger than a dog, a coyote, or a wolf, and it doesn't explain the silence we heard that night. Or perhaps didn't hear. Something lurking in my neighborhood. This happened last night. It's been taken down thrice, and the weird things are still happening. Okay, a female 16, 17 in a couple of weeks, and I need some help. Anybody out there that knows what could have done this? It's 8:30 p.m. in the northern United States, and it's very dark out. I heard a strange noise coming from outside because my window was open. It sounded like a baby crying, but my mom, a 49-year-old female, described it as somebody groaning. But it didn't sound quite right. It was almost like uncanny valley, but audio. When I went downstairs to ask who made that noise, my mom and brother were standing outside on the deck, door wide open, looking terrified. My brother, a 10-year-old male, went back inside and went outside with my mom to watch my dog. She looked really scared, shaking, leg up, tail between her legs, staring directly across the street. She didn't move for 7 minutes, just staring. After the initial noise, somebody shouted, "Shut up!" And that's when we knew it wasn't just us. Suddenly, a bunch of dogs started barking, but then abruptly stopped after a couple of minutes. Then, as if something was trying to fit in, a dog started barking 3 barks. It sounded like a dog, but also didn't. It sounded very obviously imitated and almost sounded like it was coming from just across the fence, but nothing was there. We all went inside, started locking every door and every window, closing all the blinds. My mom told us she was going to protect us no matter what. My brother's sleeping with my dad tonight. I'm sleeping with my window closed and locked. Can somebody please tell me what they think it could be? I could do some research. I need to know what I'm up against. Thank you for reading, and please don't take this story as a joke or a ruse. This just happened. My family and I are very worried. I have psychosis, and seeing that my family's also scared and hearing everything shows me that I'm not crazy. Baffling experience when I was 5 or 6 years old. When I was like 5 or 6 years old, my grandparents always picked me up from school and brought me back to their apartment, due to my parents' work schedule. My mom would come pick me up from their apartment after work then. The whole experience began with a nightmare. It could have been my first nightmare in my life, and as I'm always able to control my dreams, and that was the first time I couldn't, and it was scary. In that nightmare, I was lying on an old bed in a very dim room with weird green light. Someone that looked like my grandma but didn't feel like her approached the bed and sat next to me. I couldn't move at all. Then the grandma said, "I can't sleep tonight because the pillows are poisoned." And then I woke up uncomfortable and sweating. The next day my grandparents picked me up from the school as usual, and I was unusually closer with grandma, but because of the nightmare, I chose to play with my grandpa in the living room. Grandma watched us play for a while, and then she went into work in the kitchen. The kitchen is at the end of a narrow, long corridor, so I couldn't see her, but I could hear on and off running water in the sink and the changing of pots and plates. After a while, Grandpa said he had to use the bathroom, which is next to the kitchen in the corridor. I don't know, although my grandma wasn't in the living room anymore. I was still afraid to be left there alone, so I begged Grandpa to let me follow him into the bathroom, which of course he refused. Still, I followed him to the bathroom and tried to block him from closing the door by pushing against the door, and one of my feet was on the wall the other side of the corridor for support. My whole body was literally blocking the kitchen entrance, and I could see Grandma washing something in the sink in the corner of my eye. She was actually just 3 steps away from me. After a while of back and forth and the door battling with me, Grandpa got annoyed and kind of shouted, "I don't understand what you're scared of." Grandma's in the living room. We won't be left alone. I was so baffled at that point, I let go of the door and Grandpa closed it. I was scared of Grandma, who's just steps away from me, so I retreated back to the living room, which she was indeed folding laundry on the couch. Ran into their bedroom and wrapped myself under the duvets until my mom came to pick me up. What confused me is why'd Grandpa say Grandma was in the living room when it was just two of us playing there right before he had used the bathroom. It's a small room, I couldn't possibly ignore another human there. I'll try to include a layout of the apartment later. He probably heard her. A random piece of skull, R, showed up in my house. I'm not sure if this is an actual paranormal incident or somebody playing a super elaborate trick on me. I collect skulls and skull art. Think Dave the Dead type skulls. I left my door open for my best friend to come in and watch the football game while I was gone because he had a gap with work and it was close to my house. He mentioned that I liked the new skull. My dad had bought me one recently, so I just figured that was it. When I walked in, I noticed on my shelf a skull I'd never seen. I said, "Did you get me that?" He said, "I thought you said your dad got it for you." I had never bought that skull. Looked around my house instantly because the door was open. Called everybody who could possibly be. Everybody swears it's not them, and I'm not friends with the type of people that would prank me like that. So we start to think somebody came in because the door was open. We cleared the house. My desk is turned sideways in my office, so my new skull and my desk are turned sideways. Nothing else is taken. If they wanted to steal from me, they could have taken anything, but I've noticed nothing gone. The next day I put it outside. 2 of my friends confirmed and watched me put it outside because I didn't want it in my house. I then had to drive my friend 2 hours up north, and when I get back, I have my friend come in with me because I'm a little scared, and we get back and it's literally on the top of my shelf. I'm extremely scared now. Called my 2 friends that were with me and they confirmed they didn't put it up there. My desk was also moved again. Had my dad and brother come over. My friend stayed the night. Now I'm trying to figure out what to do. If it's a person, why are they moving the desk to a weird spot? If it's someone, why aren't they stealing? I'm gonna get some cameras today. Maybe more weird things. Why move the desk, and why would a person pull my desk away from the wall and that alone? I'm trying to be very logical about this, but I have no answers, and I don't want to seem crazy to my friends. An angel cut my tooth in half. A little bit of background. I'm agnostic and pretty skeptical. I don't believe in really anything paranormal, but I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, and the time of this story was during the late 80s, early 90s, mid-satanic panic era. There was a lot of circulated rumors about this or that being demonic, and you had to be careful about your, what you brought to your house, lest you invite demons into your home, so I guess they're like vampires or bedbugs. Also, lots of urban legend stories, a lot of them involving Smurfs, like Smurf wallpaper stomping newborns to death in their sleep and the like. Important to understand is that Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in ghosts or aliens or anything else, but rather than discount the stories themselves altogether, they merely blame them on bored, vindictive demons fucking with us, that they've been banished to Earth as their fallen angels. Oh, and interesting side note. Apparently this eviction from heaven only happened in 1914. I'm not sure why God waited so long. Maybe it's like renter's protection and he needed to give them tons of notice and 3 months rent or something, but I digress. So yeah, basically, if there was a Jehovah's Witness Scooby-Doo cartoon, every ending would be the same. Now let's see who's really behind this. And they'd remove the rubber alien mask and the glowing ghost sheet and dinosaur fossil. I knew it, just a regular old demon. Anyway. Around 9 or 10 years old, I start being left home alone. Big family. so it didn't happen much. But when it did, I started noticing things from the corner of my eye, around the edges of darkened corners. Only a couple of times did I notice a discernible shape, and it looked like this stuffed toy somebody in the house had recently gotten. Black-furred, big-nosed, kind of goofy yet terrifying in the right context. I guess think Five Nights at Freddy's style. Sometimes I'd get so freaked out I'd bolt out of the house with barely a jacket or shoes on and sit outside my house in the winter. I can't remember what excuse I gave when my family came home and found me shivering on the stoop, but I didn't tell them the truth. I even started to join my mom on painfully boring errands. Kids nowadays will likely fail to understand what hours of errands at a hair salon, dry cleaners, and bank at Joann's Fabrics is without, a cell phone or a Nintendo Switch. At best, we had Tiger handheld games, which were typically less fun than simply staring at your hands. But I endured it all rather than being left alone with the demons. Those games were fun. In retrospect, all of this is easily dismissed. Young mind crammed full of the idea that the world is teeming with demons out to get him. Left alone for the first time in his life, and his mind conjures demons out of the flickering shadows, but it's what comes next I can never wave a hand away quite so easily. I'm about 11-ish, I think, and I lose one of my last baby teeth, maybe my last one. I don't remember, but it's a molar. Jehovah's Witnesses famously don't celebrate anything, but there is actually few things that weren't forbidden. I just don't remember if we did the tooth fairy thing. I mean, I know there was no pretense of a fairy, just my mom taking my tooth and giving me $1, but I know I didn't get $1 for this last one. Maybe it was too late in the game, being the last-ish tooth and being the youngest of 8 kids. The kid tooth market was now incredibly saturated. She probably had a coffee can full. Technically, she might even qualified as an ivory dealer. So I'll go to bed that night. I have an oddly specific memory of putting my tooth on the bedside table on a metal base of my lamp. I wake up sometime during the night, and it's full, deep, silent, scary night. Not my parents are still awake and I can hear them watching MASH in the living room at night. It's one of those half-awakes where your dreams are still a vivid reality and you can effortlessly step back into them. I'm instantly aware of a large, bluish, white glowing presence at the end of my bed. It's an angel with its back to me, focused on something else, which is odd and in and of itself, as the only thing in that part of my room of interest was my Dick Tracy action figure. So hopefully he was bringing me the blank figure, because I couldn't find that shit anywhere. I don't remember if I could move, but I didn't. I was scared, but in an oddly detached, non-panicky sort of way. He became aware of me and looked back, and not in a malevolent way, but not kindly either. It was more of a cold, slightly sneering indifference. Then I just fell back asleep, which was obviously odd. Had it been someone innocuous like my mom in my room at 3 a.m., I doubt I'd have drifted back off so quickly. Let alone a potentially fallen angel rooting through my collectibles. I loved those Dick Tracy toys, and I was very paranoid and protective about losing the Tommy guns on those things. It happened to a Jehovah's Witness pal of mine. His mom took all their weapons. He was left with a bunch of squat, Lego grip-handed, suited old men with stupid hats. And who wants to play with that? But I digress again. Then I just awoke in the morning, but didn't immediately remember the previous night's visitor. I woke just like any other morning, sat up, but then paused during my crooked Y stretching as my eyes rested on the molar and was still on the lamp base, but had been expertly cut in half. It was perfectly smooth, like it had been done with a laser. The other half was gone. I didn't immediately suspect my mother, firstly. I doubted she had access to that level of technology, and second, if it was her, then where was my 50 cents? Only then did I recall the previous night's events, and as you can imagine, it shook me up. I mean, there was a spooky paranormal aspect that would scare anybody. But atop all that was the sheer randomness of it. Nothing added up to anything, and it was just an absolute casserole of nonsense. Now, had the demon or angel burnt a cockeyed 666 on my wall and left a steaming cauldron stuffed with Smurf merchandise, then okay, sure, I'd have been terrified. but at least it would have been on brand, and fallen neatly into place with everything else I knew, but what the fuck did he want with half of my tooth? I snatched up my half-tooth, went to find my mother, not really expecting answers, but at least wanting somebody else to acknowledge and share in this fucked-up situation. When I found her, I didn't editorialize or bring up any of the angel business, just handed it over with a, "Hey, look what happened to my tooth when I was asleep." She examined it closely, but far too briefly, and handed it back with something like, "Huh, that's kind of weird. Where's your father? Tell him breakfast is ready." Her lack of astonishment felt suspect. I went looking for my dad with the inner monologue of a TV detective. No, I don't think she did it, but she knows more than she's telling us. I didn't even bring it up to my dad, as my relationship with him was fraught, and it felt unwise to do so. More than likely, I'd have been blamed for it in some way, and I'd be interrogated about my Coca-Cola consumption. So I sat on this information. I think I tried to bring it up casually with my mom again later, but again got nothing, and a week or so later it was missing off my dresser. Thought I maybe knocked it off or something, and I'd show up eventually, but it never did. Shortly after this incident, we moved to a new house. I never saw the flickering shadow demons again. I never had any more issues with being left alone in the house. As a skeptical adult looking back, I can say, look, I turned 12, I got over my fear of being home alone, and maybe I conjured the angel memory from nothing after that tooth incident. But that doesn't explain the tooth, and I remember the tooth. I could feel myself grasping for plausible scenarios. Maybe there's some medical test that requires an inner tooth test, so my parents took it. But then, why not just tell me? Why return the other half? It's the whole issue with this incident, as even if you accept the existence of angels, demons, ghosts, or the chupacabra, it doesn't really explain anything meaningful. So yeah, that's it. I don't think about it often, but when I do, it still bothers me. So at the end of all of this, I just hope someone or something is waiting for me, and they have with them half my tooth and some goddamn answers. Very, very nicely written. Awesome. Sleep paralysis tapped on bed and pulled my hair. Why are these things so weird? I've dealt with sleep paralysis for over 15 years now, on and off. At first they were terrifying, but they seem to happen less and less throughout the years. Lately I've been going through some hard times, and last night I fell asleep with my partner in our regular position. At the head of the bed, no TV on, which we usually fall asleep to Gordon Ramsay or Rick and Morty. I wake up to us sleeping on the foot of the bed almost as if watching a movie together, but he's on his back, arms behind his head, and I'm on my stomach with my arms crossed underneath supporting my head. What woke me was 2 taps on the bed near our heads. Immediately I knew this was sleep paralysis, and I think that plays a big part in being able to free up quicker. Tried to close my eyes, go back to sleep before giving it any more attention. When I did, something quickly jerked my hair bun upwards and fear came on. Tried to move, but could only wiggle my middle finger, which were near my partner's underarms. I tickled his underarm, and when he woke up, looked around. Suddenly I also awoke, and we were both back at the head of the bed like normal, except he was still sleeping, on his stomach facing away from me. Not at all in the position he was in my dream. So I tucked my leg under his and went back to sleep. Something I would have never been able to do after a case of sleep paralysis. So here are some of the things I've been thinking about. I've lately had a sort of second awakening to my spiritual side, and have used stones, black tourmaline, to meditate, and also to ground myself when I feel too spacey or emotional. I wonder if these things had brought me sort of a balanced but sleep paralysis in its proper place before the terror sets in. I didn't even really see a demon this time, so it helped, but I was immediately aware of the surroundings in the dream state, which is something that is usually elusive during sleep paralysis. What kind of worries me is that I've never been physically touched by whatever is watching me during sleep paralysis. I've been held down, but by an invisible force. Thankfully it was invisible, or I probably would have shit my pants many times throughout the years. This time it pulled my hair. Has anyone had any experience with sleep paralysis after starting a meditative journey or just going through a rough time? And how is it different from past experiences? Encounter I had on my apartment stairwell back in 2015. I stepped out of my apartment into the stairwell one night. To get a picture of it in your head, the stairs were red and metal, poorly painted and horribly maintained. The lights were bright white, constantly buzzed, and the walls were damp. I turned to go to the door, and that's when I saw him, a man wearing a navy blue overcoat that had very apparent wet spots on it, which was the first thing that threw me off since we hadn't had rain in weeks. The other thing that threw me off was how he smoked a cigarette. Smoke went in, but didn't come out. He held the cigarette in his mouth, gripping it as if it had fallen out of his mouth, and otherwise he sat on a step that went up to the main door. I watched him take a long drag. I watched him breathe out, and nothing. The crackling of the cigarette was so loud, like it had been amplified by 1,000. I looked closer at him and noticed his mouth was wide open. The crackle of the cigarette rung loud in the stairwell when I realized he wasn't holding up to his lips anymore. It was in his hand to his side. I walked down the stairs toward him, and as soon as I took a step, the air went dead silent. The rushing of the nearby river ceased, and the buzzing of the lights did too. I was fucking terrified, but I kept walking. I walked as fast as my feet could carry me, all the while praying he wasn't going to reach for a knife or anything. He didn't. He didn't reach for anything. For some reason, he allowed me to get uncomfortably close before he raised his arm up, held the cigarette to his mouth, and lit it. He was no longer moving and stood as still as a statue in the light of the white fluorescent bulbs above him. He didn't take a drag or even exhale and just sat there as if he were waiting for something. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I watched him sit there until the cigarette was almost completely smoked out. He was still and silent. I woke up back in my door, hand shaking and gripping the doorknob. I tried to shake it off as just a bad daydream because that's what it felt like. Too vivid to be a daydream, but too hazy to be real. About to open my door, and as I turned the handle, the air went dead silent again. Took my hand off the doorknob, and the sound immediately came back. Never tried to open my door without listening for that dead silence now. It's up to you if you want to believe me or not. A lot of people look at me with a sort of pity when I tell them. They don't call me mad, but it's apparent that that's what they're thinking. Ask Reddit 1. In 4th grade, I found a book about holding seances in the occult in the elementary school library. Maybe not the best choice in books to have. Coming from a semi-conservative Christian household, of course, I was curious, and I checked it out, quickly hiding it deep in my backpack, and once I was home, taking it out of my room and stashing the book underneath my mattress. That night, I started reading a bit. I saw there was directions to summon someone who died in a mirror, and you'd be able to talk to them. Well, the only person I knew who had passed was my great-grandfather. Maybe part of me knew nothing would really happen. Jesus wouldn't let anything bad get me, right? I took the book into the bathroom and started to follow the directions laid out. I honestly don't remember what they were, but I sure as hell, pun intended, remember what happened next. I remembered the mirror getting foggy, and then a face. It was my great-grandfather, but twisted, emaciated and gray and frightening. Every hair in my body stood on end as the image started to open its mouth, but before it said anything, I grabbed the book and bolted out of the bathroom, quickly slamming the door and going to hide in my bed. As an adult looking back, I can't help but doubt my own story. I was a child, I had an active imagination. Memories could be faulty. I do remember the absolute terror, the literal fear of God was put into me. But I don't know if it really was a demon, or my papa, or whatever else it could have been. You can't really summon the dead in your bathroom mirror, can you? Either way, that damn book went back to the library the next day. That was at a library? Ask Reddit 2. Happened to me and a small group of friends. When we were younger, we watched Battleships. Didn't really like the movie, but we enjoyed each other's company to just watch and have reasons to hang out. Halfway through the movie, a friend of mine sitting next to me was smiling a little too sheepishly while hugging her legs, which she brought into her chair. I was curious and mouthed and motioned. "What?" My friend and another friend who were in it just kind of pointed in front. I looked in front and there's nothing significant going on in front of us. The theater wasn't packed, a lot of empty seats. The rows in front of us, probably half or a quarter of the rows in the entire hall, were all empty, except a couple that decided to sit in the row directly in front of mine. They were sitting a few seats away from my left and a row in front of me. I looked at them and there was nothing but funny going on. I looked back at my friend who was sitting on my right, motioning. "Huh, what?" in gestures. They kept pointing in the general vicinity in front of my friend. Failing to see anything, repeatedly my friend told me in a hushed voice, "The chair, look at the chair." I looked at the chair that was slightly haphazard in front of my friend. It was shaking as if somebody was either kicking the chair from behind rapidly, or if somebody sat in the chair and was rocking back and forth in it. I normally am a scaredy cat when it comes to paranormal stuff, but I had to know, so I lurched forward and looked down toward the row. I saw nothing. I just saw all the rows of chairs and saw nothing sitting in that chair. I saw no reason for the chair to behave that way. I did see a cartoon of popcorn, can't remember if it was placed on the chair, affected or beside it. I stared and saw nothing, just the chair shaking. All the adjacent chairs were not shaking and everything else was still as it should be. I laughed in disbelief. My friends asked me, did I see anything? I said nothing at all. Well, we just watched the movie to distract ourselves. We had an interesting post-movie chat too. Some additional occulty information. In Southeast Asian countries, people tend to be superstitious. It's normal for movie theaters to block entire front rows in theaters. Those who are superstitious would say they're reserved for visitors who also want to watch. The more skeptical would say it's to avoid needing to clean more rows when there's less customers. Ask Reddit 3. Oh my goodness, do I have something for this. I'm gonna cheat a bit. This was not my experience, but my dad's. And what he's experienced in his life regarding this is far more interesting than mine. So strap yourselves in, because it's gonna be a long one, and let me tell you about his old farmhouse, otherwise known as the Spooky House. Now for context, my dad grew up on a dairy farm with his parents, who worked for a guy who owned multiple farms. So they would hop around to different farms and manage them, so to speak. Also, we live in Australia. Anyway, while my dad was in his late teens to early 20s, they lived in this house that eventually became known as the Spooky House to him and his parents. And this is what they experienced while living there. The house was known to have a very foreboding feeling to it, like something was always off and you couldn't put your finger on it. The floor was made out of old wood that had little notches in it. Put little stoppers in them to fill the holes. A lot of the time, they would wake up in the morning and find that all of the stoppers were pushed up. That was from underneath the house. Dad said they had these giant-ass hippie beads hanging in the doorway, so big and heavy that it would have to be a big gust of wind to move them. He lost count how many times he would get up early for work and such and find them swaying, like somebody walked through them, but when he checked the bedrooms, everyone was asleep. I remember Dad telling me it was slowly getting worse over time, like the house didn't want them there or something. At one point, Nan contacted a psychic to see if they could make it better or calm it down. Well, the psychic wouldn't even get out of her car and come up the driveway. Absolutely refused to come inside the house. Nan was left flabbergasted and asked what she could do. The psychic told her to move house and drove off. Dad said not long after that these things would start stalking the house. And to this day he has no idea what they were, and he doesn't really want to know. Nan would come out in the morning, find the grass was pressed down or trampled around the house. especially where the windows are. Her peg basket on the clothesline would be ripped to shreds and bits of it spread about. Dad said she would get the shits because she had to keep buying new ones. It started to get more serious when Dad would wake up by scratching at his window on the outside. He was always too scared to look back at it because he knew whatever it was staring right back at him while scratching the window. They would check in the morning to find that the paint had been scratched off the house at around human height and grass flattened. At one point, while his dad was out working a few paddocks over, Nan came in and woke Dad up, and together they huddled in his bedroom, waiting for daylight as the thing stalked around the outside of the house. Speaking of it, it stalked Dad once too. He was walking from the house to his dad, a few paddocks over to help with the cows, about 4 a.m.-ish. It was cold and there was frost on the glass. As Dad was walking, he could hear a crunch, crunch coming from behind him. So he stopped, and it stopped too. Dad was like, huh, started walking again, and so did it. Again, Dad stopped. It stopped. Now, starting to get freaked out, Dad started to pick up the pace and stopped again. Only this time, it didn't stop, but started to come right at Dad. Dad fucking bolted, ran over 2 paddocks and cleared the fences. Didn't stop till he reached his dad's side. Whenever Dad's parents left for a couple of days, he had the place to himself. Dad would host massive parties with his friends. They had the run of the house and could sleep wherever they wanted. But all of them always ended up huddling up in one room where they would want to sleep. One time it was just Dad and his cousin over. Played a game of pool and drank, and at one point around midnight, the both of them were sitting around and heavily drank. A dark figure appeared and said, "Go to bed." Dad said he was pissed drunk and thought, "Hey, why the hell not?" And then went to bed. The next morning, they woke up to find a game of pool that was left unfinished, put away, and his cousin asked, "Who was that person that was standing over the beds watching them sleeping?" Dad didn't remember that part. Anyway, there's more to that house than I can tell, but it's going to be a very long post, so sorry about that. I will say that, well, Dad and his parents moved out and somebody else eventually moved in. Not long after that, the house burned down. Dad didn't know what caused the fire, but he was sure as fuck happy about it. Ask Reddit 4. My cousin went to college at SCAD in Savannah. At the end of her first year, my aunt and I went to help pack her up, move stuff into storage for the next year. Both of them went to grab lunch, and since I wasn't hungry, I stayed behind to keep working. We were asked to deconstruct the beds if they'd been bunked, and I'd put the pins from that on a dresser to take to the RA later, and I went back to cleaning the bathroom area, heard a loud ping behind me. One of the pins had rolled off the dresser. Okay, no problem. Picked it up, put it in, went back to the sink. I heard a ping again. One had fallen again, and annoyed at myself, I picked it back up and put it with the other. I moved them vertically so they couldn't really roll off again, and I turned around and took one step toward the sink and ping. Suddenly I got a really cold, nauseated feeling. I felt like I was being watched. Shook it off, went to pick up the pin, and again I grabbed it and the other pin, put them in an empty cup on the dresser. I barely turned around when I heard the ping and a giggle. I was just standing there, absolutely frozen to the spot when my aunt and cousin walked in with their lunch. Both of them looked at me, and my aunt said, "What's wrong, hon? You're white as a sheet." My cousin goes, "Ugh, was it the ghosts?" I said, "What fucking ghosts?" Apparently, it's well known that the dorm's haunted as fuck. I guess my cousin's roommate moved out because the ghost was freaking her out. She'd gotten a preacher in to bless the room and expel the ghost, and my cousin said it was just making the ghost mad. I guess the girl's stuff went missing all the time. They'd come home from class just to get the girl's stuff, and it'd be pulled out of the dressers and emptied onto the floor. Anyway, that was 2006. I wouldn't have gone if I'd known all that, and honestly, I'm still a little annoyed at my aunt and cousin for putting me in that situation. Paranormal happenings at my family home. I believe that for a number of years, my family home built in the 1960s by my grandparents from my father's side has been haunted by several different paranormal entities over the course of decades, just because of major differences between the happenings themselves. It's a 2-story house with my parents and I sleeping on the second floor and my sister and grandparents sleeping on the first. For me, however, this began around 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one afflicted. In a short span of time, she began having constant sleep paralysis experiences, which I know aren't scientifically related to anything paranormal, but the folklore of my country relates them to a specific entity. An entity known as a dark man, for lack of better translation to English. What you might call a sleep paralysis demon. Often thought of it as a mischievous and perhaps even evil spirit behind this. At first, nothing was thought of it, but these became so frequent it was starting to weird my parents out as well as myself and my sister. Soon, more things started happening in addition to this, like her waking up in the middle of the night with something invisible pulling on her long hair, causing her to freak out and calling out for my grandma, who, with lightning speed, ran over with a bottle of holy water, sprayed the place, and prayed with my sister. Another time this happened, whatever was playing with her hair appeared to blow air into her face, freaking her out even more. Grandma strikes again after this, of course. The most shocking thing during the beginning of these happenings came when my mother, my sister, and I were all in our living room watching TV, when suddenly, from a fully awake state, my sister shifted into a state of sleep paralysis. It took a couple of seconds for my mom and me to realize what was happening, when we noticed her shaking with her eyes open on the sofa, struggling to let out a sound. That's when, she finally woke up. She let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling at my mom and myself. It got me! Why didn't you help me?" She was visibly shook and pale. My grandma arrived, of course, with her usual remedy. And even my father, a skeptic, walked out of my parents' bedroom, freaked out by her screams. My grandma remembered that in local lore, if a person wants to be protected from the dark man, a piece of clothing from the person's father needs to be placed onto them, serving as a shield. So we tied my father's belt around her waist. She went to sleep in my room, as she usually did when things like this happened. Still distraught and frightened, she asked me to go get her a glass of water. So I went to get some in a plastic cup from the water dispenser and give it to her. As my mom was still in the living room and my bedroom door, as well as my parents' bedroom, were open, we all witnessed this next part. As I approached my bedroom door, the plastic cup practically exploded in my hand, splitting on all sides, water bursting out of my hand. My mom got up immediately, came over, and everybody looking in shock. Absolutely speechless. My dad first thought that I dropped the cup, and if I remember correctly, but upon closer inspection, the cup was torn all around in perfectly straight lines, almost as if somebody cut it with a scalpel. Safe to say, not much sleep had been having that night, and since that night, my mother and I began experiencing sleep paralysis. A couple of times, not for me, but until this very day also, nightly noises started appearing in our house. Different than the house settling, moving chairs, clanking dishware, mainly on the second floor, and especially when we weren't home. At one point, my grandma even searched the second floor suspecting a burglary as she heard an old wardrobe in my parents' room open in addition to moving chairs. But when she reached the room, the wardrobe was open, but nobody was there. These incidents prompted my sister to visit our local priest. After explaining the situation, the happenings, and the nature of the haunting, the priest concluded that a lost spirit inhabited our home, and was for some reason reaching out to my sister, wanting to become known. My sister was a little relieved after this, knowing that the spirit meant no harm. She even named the spirit Samuel. Well, now it was time to figure out what and who the hell Samuel actually was. There were a couple of theories. The first one concerned when my grandma was a little girl on her way home from school. She had to pass through a cemetery every day, and one day she saw pretty flowers on a grave. She picked them and brought them home without telling anyone. That very night she woke up to an invisible force grabbing her by the leg, trying to drag her out of bed. She felt as if she knew that whatever was dragging her wanted those flowers back. She woke her parents up and her mother said the same thing. They threw or returned the flowers the next morning. and from that day on she knew not to take anything from a graveyard ever again. It could have been that this entity remained attached to her and moved with her from her childhood home to our house when her and Grandpa built it, since it was only a couple of houses next door. The second one was that the ghost was possibly my grandma's father, my great-grandpa, who I hadn't ever met. This was thought because before he died, he said to my grandma, "If I'm gone and you ever hear something moving in the attic, know that's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the noises in the cup incident did happen. It's also worth noting that my sister and I shared my room before she moved downstairs, so it could be connected somehow. I truly don't know. Other incidents soon followed. My mother once felt a strong press in her upper body when she was nearly sleeping, and thinking Dad put his arm around her with his full weight, she asked him to move the arm. After she got no response, she asked again, complaining that it was hard to breathe. She eventually had enough to the point of crying and yelled at him to stop, only to realize he wasn't even turned toward her in bed. He was turned to the other side and woke up wondering why she was screaming. She still remembers this vividly, and it frightens her to this day. I remember one night I was playing a PS2 game very late. I had gone to bed without realizing I forgot to turn it off. My LED light-up joystick remained plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night and the TV was off, but thank God the PS2 was still working and the joystick was glowing. I couldn't stand the darkness with all that shit going on. I remember looking at the PS2 and the light, when suddenly the goddamn joystick unplugs itself, and in an instant, total darkness and panic in the room. I wake up, run to the light switch, which remained turned on the entire night. This was soon followed by my dumb ass, once again late at night watching TV in the living room. The stairs are connected to our second floor at the very beginning of the living room and are separated by a thin metal strip from the living room floor. In total darkness, I hear footsteps coming up the stairs. I yell out to my sister, believing she's going upstairs for a drink. As I get no response, I realize that there isn't a chance in hell that my sister would be coming up the stairs without turning the light on, as she never sleeps with the light off since this shit started happening. To this very day, she's almost 30 years old. I sit up at the sofa, frozen, listening to each footstep as it comes closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I hear the metal strip at the top of the stairs clanking as if somebody stepped on it. I run for the hills, or should I say, for my parents' bedroom door, frantically banging on it and screaming for them to let me in. I slept in their room for the rest of the night. The most bizarre thing during that first round of hauntings happened during broad daylight, and it is truly unexplainable in every way. My grandpa, grandma, sister, and I were all heading next door to my aunt's house that afternoon. My grandparents went before us, and I was still doing something in my room and my sister's in the bedroom. I was always just practicing at our home as our last person to leave takes on the key from the inside of the... Try that again. It was always practice at our home that the last person to leave takes the key from the inside of the front door and locks it up before heading out. So I run out of the house, telling my sister that I'm going. She replies that she won't be far behind. I close the door behind me, and my sister tries to come out of the house maybe half a minute after me. She reaches for the door handle and realizes that the house is locked. The goddamn house was locked from the inside. After I left and she remained the only person in there, meaning nobody was there to lock it, she unlocked it as fast as she could and ran out after telling me that something locked her inside. We told everybody. We checked the locks, tried to reproduce this, but it was impossible. The key had to be turned 6 times for the door to be locked. This was the last major thing from that first round, I believe. It was followed by mostly noises, which we learned to live with and accept. My sister accepted this Samuel. Truly no more incidents happened for a long time. At first, we didn't spread a word of this outside family and family friends, but when some time passed, I told my classmates about this, and one of them actually stayed the night after my birthday as he was intrigued by the noises and wanted to hear it for himself. My sister knew this and actually tried to pull a prank on us by knocking at our door late at night after the party. He and my other friend, who was also sleeping over, got scared shitless, so my sister kind of just revealed herself. By the next time it happened, a couple of hours later, my friend woke up to say something that was knocking out there again. I opened the door, but this time nobody was out there. My sister was in her room fast asleep. He kept asking me what the hell was that. I just couldn't give him an answer. I was too scared to. But I was used to it. He never slept over again and tells me the story a lot, as well as others who've slept there. But it's six. I'm a very down-to-earth person, still convinced there must be some rational explanation. But the following happened to me. There was a small guest room in my parents' house that I never could sleep in. Every time I tried, I had restless nights where I woke up frequently to the sound of somebody calling my name or whispering something unintelligible. I always blamed the busy wallpaper coupled with the size of the room, which was tiny, causing me to be unable to rest my mind and thus experience these dreams. The most unpleasant dreams were those when somebody opened the door to the room and would just stand in the door opening. The weird thing about those dreams is that the door always opened inwards, where in reality the door opened outwards, thus reaffirming that it must be a dream. Years passed, and my parents decided to move and asked me and a friend to help with the move. We stayed in the small guest room, and my friend had to sleep on a mattress on the floor. Even though it had been many years that I actually slept in the room, I was anxious to do so. The realization that it would be the last time, combined with the fact that my friend was sleeping there as well, eased my mind somewhat. I fell asleep quite soundly. When I awoke the next day, I was refreshed and ready for the move. My friend, however, looked like he hadn't slept at all. When I asked him what was wrong, he told me that he had been awoken by someone trying to open the door throughout the night, but being unable to do so, basically due to his mattress blocking the doorway. Thought it might have been my father, but was afraid to ask. I reassured him it was all just a dream since the door only opened outward, not inwards. That was all I ever said of the matter. The move went well, and I'm glad to never see that house or that room ever again. Ask Reddit 7. During the fall and winter months when I was 17, I moved into a windowless room in my parents' basement. It was the end of my junior year, and I was stressed over my schoolwork, work, and everything else going on at the time, so sleep was tough to find. Every night about 2 or 3 in the morning, I would hear noise coming from my closet. The door was closed, but when I opened it, my clothes on the hangers would be swaying slightly. The closet had a single light on the ceiling, so it could cast shadows downward, and I looked through the clothes by pulling them apart, but nothing. This would happen every few days. It was driving me mad. Talked to my friends, and they went into great detail about how it was a ghost, and all the things I could do to catch evidence of it. I posted a motion-sensing camera a friend lent me, faced it looking into the closet, and a few days later it happened again, but the camera recorded nothing. I was giving up hope. Soon I took everything out of the closet and got some of the best sleep I've had in months. Once rested and getting tired of my parents asking me to clean my room because it was a bunch of closet clutter, I put it all back. That night it happened again. I searched the house for the most powerful flashlight I could find, set an alarm for 2 a.m. to catch whatever it was in the act. 2 a.m. I wake and wait. While waiting, I heard a noise. The hangers were moving and boxes had fallen. I turn in the flag light and rush over to the closet expecting anything. I search the closet and I begin to feel hopeless. Some ghost is going to do this to me every free night. There's nothing I can do. I sit in the ground a little scared, not wanting to be in the dark, but I don't want to keep dealing with this. So I waited in front of that closet for half an hour waiting. It's about 4 a.m. when my flashlight starts to fade, and when I look up, I see 2 glowing eyes looking down on me. My heart almost stopped, and then I realized what it was. It was my neighbor's black cat looking at me from between the hangers. All this time, she's been climbing into my closet and lying across the coat hangers. She didn't move at all when I pulled the hangers apart, and that black, long and thin thing, so I couldn't see her unless I was looking for her. She didn't make another sound. But my biggest question was, how the hell did she get in the house and into my room? I watched her leave, and she entered a hole in the ceiling in the basement's unfinished bathroom. I listened to her travel from one side of the house to the other. She was getting through the garage. I later found out that she was going into the crawl space under the garage. That was in through the hole in the wall behind some equipment, up a ladder and into the attic and into the walls. Somehow getting up and down between the house and garage into the basement through the hole and opened the door while I slept. I moved the ladder and the haunting stopped. Sorry if this wasn't a real paranormal story, but it's the closest I got to believing it was possible. Have a good night, guys. See ya.